Hello there, good afternoon, welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146, it's Tuesday, 29th of August 2023, and we're back for more Oxygen Not Included today. Carry on, another week streaming this, and maybe longer, we'll see. I've been looking forward to it, though I do feel like the last session was a bit overwhelming, maybe, not sure exactly what the feeling was. Perhaps just very confused the whole time in the last session. Still, we did manage to successfully cool our base down to an acceptable level. The cooling system we've set up, I don't think it's like a long-term good thing. I feel like it's going to go too far and make things too cold. You know, time will tell, but I think as like a long-term objective we should make something better cooling-wise, and that may well be necessary as we expand anyway. The current one's kind of focused in the middle of the base, so as we grow we may need to adjust. We'll see. We also got some Atmos suits made and functioning, which is a positive thing, so I don't feel great about the last session, but it was still a positive outcome. Shorter term goals in terms of today, I'd like to get some things moved around. We could call it tidying up, although I don't think you can ever really get organised and neat in this game, frustrating as that is for me. I do love my neatness, but we can get things in more logical places and perhaps better laid out than it currently is, at least. So that's something I'd like to do a little bit of today, hopefully. More urgently, we need to sort out our kind of water supply. We seem to be consuming a lot more, so we need to do something about that. We began working on it in the last session, but it really wasn't coming together very well, so we need to take a good look at that as our first thing today. So let's get into the game, get things unpaused and settled, and address that. This whole system here is not working, so that needs looking at. We will do that in a minute. One other thing I just wanted to do is lock this door. That's been on my mind. Don't want anyone to accidentally let this mess out. I think we're actually not going to use the slicksters. I said in the last session it feels like ranching is really powerful, but actually it kind of feels like ranching is really complicated. So it can be both, but I'm tempted to just get our crude oil or our petroleum the more traditional route by going down in the world and finding it down here the natural way. And the slicksters, you know, we got them for free. It was very tempting and I went for it, but kind of feel like I shouldn't have at this point. I'm going to leave them in this room, and the airflow tiles will allow some carbon dioxide to fall in, and we may just discover. I want to know, will they drown themselves? Will they produce so much crude oil that they drown themselves? Like, is that a thing? And if it is, then a lesson learned. And if it's not, then a very valuable lesson learned there. So as long as they're not getting in the way, we're just going to lock them in that room and see what happens to them, basically. But we're not actually going to use them. So I am going to change what we're doing here a little bit. Or quite a lot. Deconstruct a few bits here, including that ladder. We still want to insulate, I think, 2 layers here, because there's something I'd like to test out that we can come back to. But then everything further down, that doesn't need to be insulated. That can be regular tile and we'll use it regularly. We just want to lock the salt water that comes out of here at 95 degrees. We want to lock that heat in, so it doesn't spread around the base. We potentially might use this as a heating mechanism at some point if we do make things too cold, but for now what I would like to try doing is boxing in this. We can plan for that. So the liquid's going to stay in those 8 tiles until it goes over pressure, and then the geyser will just stop producing. And we'll have some insulated tiles and some neutronium that doesn't carry any heat, and the rest of these 2 rooms I would like to try vacuuming out, because I'm pretty sure no heat transfers in a vacuum. So all of the heat that is created here, even if the geyser stops and it's not like making heat, it's still hot itself. If we surround it effectively with a vacuum, we should never have the rest of the base affected by that. That's my theory. I'm pretty sure that'll be the case. Pretty sure we've seen vacuum not transferring heat. So I'd like to just do that as a thing, and we can check that that works. And if later we need to use this for heat, we'll just break into the room and flood it with some kind of gas in the process, crack it open and start using it. But for now, yeah, we'll just kind of insulate and then play around with that idea there. That's one thing that's going on. When we're done here, because we're using the Atmo suits, I would like to use the Atmo suits, you know, when we're done there, we move them up here and we'll use them to get these thermo nullifiers set up in their rooms. Maybe just one. I mean, there are two here. There's the other one. So we could do them both, but certainly one to begin with. But that's an option for kind of like an infinite cooling situation. I'm not so sure how infinite or how sustainable this geyser of cool slosh is. It's certainly cold at the moment, but I've done some research on the thermo nullifiers because I needed to know how they worked. I would never have just worked it out in-game. So I did some research on them, and they'll go a lot colder. So we'd like to have one of them set up, you know, along with maybe another source of heat somehow. But that could all wait. So yeah, you know, medium term, get that boxed in and vacuumed, get a thermo nullifier into the base. See what happens to the Swixters if we just leave them in that room. I guess we'll find out in due course. But short term, we really need to sort this out. So the insulated room here is okay. I think. I feel this is fine. This is going to make hot water. It's going to go to the pump. When there's enough for a full blob, it's going to pump it up into the reservoir, which is all fine. The cooling of the reservoir and the liquid inside doesn't work. And I have confirmed that by doing a wiki. This conduction panel is not cooling down the liquid inside. I'm not sure it's even cooling the reservoir itself, but that doesn't matter because cooling the reservoir does not affect the liquid inside. So all that we're doing at the moment is cooling down the little bit of pipe with a little bit of liquid in. That's not ideal. But kind of like more reservoirs as well. We should just fill the room. We need more water and we need to make sure we store up a nice buffer of it. So what I do want to do is kind of cut this loop off and tidy it up. Step one would be wolframite pipe. Reconnecting that edge. And then we can cut this all off, making less of a mess, maybe. When someone wants to come and do this, I guess everyone's busy. Yeah, there we go, delivering. So I empty... Too soon. I build that pipe and then I empty that one. No, it's... If we empty that one... That is really not helping. Being able to empty the pipe is cool and all, but it kind of doesn't work. Yeah, let's just make a mess. It's easier to just make a mess. Deconstruct that one bit of pipe there. It should stop it from... I know the bridges are going to draw the water in. It's interesting, yeah. So even if we empty that now, it's still going to draw in more, which... Let's just deconstruct it. It's easier. There. Now we can empty the rest. That might make a mess. Don't think it does. Guess we'll find out. I don't want them to empty liquid into this room. Which, I guess if we deconstruct it, it's going to make the same mess, so never mind. We're also getting more brine bottles, which we got rid of the way of dumping, so it's going to need cleaning up at some point. No big deal. So, what I have discovered, or what the wiki tells us, is that the reservoir's contents only transfer heat with the reservoir's interaction tile. We talked before about how the pumps work in like a cross layout. The tiles that it draws from are specific ones, and they're not the four that it looks like. And there's something similar to that with the reservoirs. They interact with the tile that's underneath the output pipe. So the input at the top, the output in the bottom left, and then this tile underneath that green box, that's actually interacting with the liquid contents. So, for whatever reason, or however that works, if you put chlorine gas down in the bottom left, it cleans the germs inside, which we thought was the case. I had seen was. a way, you know, you can flood this room with chlorine, it'll clean it, but I don't really know how or why. The same logic stands here. If we cool that tile down, it will cool the liquid that's inside the reservoir, in theory. That's what I've read. So we can put that to the test. We obviously can't really cool down the insulated tile in the room full of nearly boiling hot water. It's going to get hot-ish. So I just want to lift the reservoir up one, basically, which there is room to do. So when we've cleared all this out, we'll lift that up one. We'll put in a row of airflow or whatever tiles, put the reservoirs on top of that, and then we'll run the cooling loop underneath them. And because it's running through that tile underneath, the cooling loop should affect what's inside. We hope. And then we can have the same, you know, shut off with a temperature sensor out the other end, but hopefully this will actually cool stuff down rather than it just running hotter and hotter like it has been. And hopefully we'll, yeah, not far off, 18 cycles we'll get some new water being created. So if we can get this done in the next 18 cycles, which doesn't sound like much time, it should improve our water availability. We can hope. But yeah, not changing that. So what else do I need to cut? There's no liquid anywhere else in the system, so I can just... what do I want to move? That bridge I don't really want there. So we're going to cut all that. We're going to cut that bridge as well. We might need to break into the room again to get this done. We're going to cut all of that. And yeah, all of that. Okay. Fine. Yeah, just destroy it all. Start from scratch. Hopefully I haven't accidentally destroyed anything else in the process. Do need to be more careful with that. I kept messing that up in the last session. Destroying stuff I didn't want to destroy. That bridge up there looks like it could go as well. Yeah. Okay. I would rather use, or I would rather use the brine on the left-hand side because it's generally colder. Marginally colder. We may need to supply a direct line of cold stuff. Not that we have any spare. We don't have much spare, but we might in the future. I don't know. We'll see. Should be okay. I mean, this stuff is still 20 degrees. It'll do. Maybe. We could do with not dumping the brine and actually recooling it, so that could be something that we do more medium term, maybe. Anyhow. Airflow tiles. We'll do that many. Or is that too many? Because we need the shut off and the sensor. Yeah, that's too many. Although we could stay there. Just... Why can't I cancel? Oh, I'm in the wrong view mode. There we go. Put 3 in the middle like that. Then we want... I guess really we want insulated pipes. Once it leaves this room, we don't want the hot from the hot water spreading. So we want to insulate... What was best for that? Igneous is slow heating. Yeah. So we'll join that. They need to dismantle that, and that's going to connect there. There we go. And then between these could still be insulated, because it'll... The right-hand side will be hotter than the left-hand side in theory, so yeah. Then we want a liquid pipe thermosensor and a liquid shut-off to there. It's interesting that that's not really moving fast enough. The sieved, polluted water is filling this pipeline and not venting quick enough. We might need a second vent. Or we could send the sieved water in the other pipe. Interesting thought. That might work. We can see. The pipe that comes out of the reservoirs into the sensor will hold a bit of hot water. So we still want that to be a radiant one. Just those 3 bits there, and then That's like old pipe, so that's misleading, but not wolframite. I think it's granite that we use. Plug that in there. Okay. I think. Might need to adjust part of this. It seems okay. So I then want to fork our wolframite pipe here. Bridge it over to obsidian. Yeah, seems right. Bridge that to there. Then we're in where the radiant is, so we want the two radiant pipes radiating between each other, so that section should be radiant as well. Then it can go back to just normal. Well, it's going to be very hot water. We want to do a lot of heat exchange. So I feel like we could radiant pipe the whole way along. No, we can't afford to do that. So if I put radiant pipe on the specific tiles that I believe are going to affect the liquid inside, then we'll put wolframite joining them up. And we can afford that. Then, I mean, my instinctive feeling is to connect that to the right hand side and send it through the sensor and go. There's no way that the liquid coming out of this process, the coolant coming out of this process, is cool enough to send up to the bedrooms and the farms. So here we are splitting. Half the packets go up to there, half the packets come and do this job, which might not be ideal, but it's probably okay. It'll probably work out all right. It's not like we need... Now that things are stable, I don't believe we need this much coolant going around. So I think it'll be okay. But that doesn't mean I need to bridge both of these. One of which we wanted to be insulated, so I don't want to convert the insulated to a bridge. I could convert this water pipe to a bridge. Or I move the insulated over. We could do that. Get that insulated. Is that right? Yeah. Bring that over and up instead. Then I can put bridge there, bridge there. Wolframite? In that room, yes. And then coming across here, probably not. That should go back to being granite. Maybe. It's not important. Not at all. We'll give that a go. When they wake up and start building stuff. Interesting. Ah. Well, there's my answer on the slicksters. They died. They didn't get enough carbon dioxide dropping down. They didn't generate enough heat through their production. They cooled off too much and they've turned into meat. So, deconstruct that. Mop up the mess inside. We didn't get to learn a lesson, but they're gone and I don't need to worry about them anymore, which, for me, I'm happy. In here we have a problem that we can't actually reach that. So we need to get rid of that lot in order to get in. Also, would like to sweep the stuff out the middle, the rock out of the middle before we leave. So I can keep working on that, although we're also going to need a ladder there to do the left-hand wall. So, fine. They can keep working on that. It does remind me that we need more storage. I did have a thought on this. With storing very, very inefficiently by having things set up like this, so I think we should change that. Change that around. I'm going to just deconstruct all of these and all of what they're stood on. And we'll go for pure airflow. When they're out of the way, we're doing more. If we take 3 rooms, instead of fitting 3 rows, if we adjust, then we can fit 5 rows in, which would be preferable. We will need ladders. I'd like to maximize the storage, so I'll get rid of that edge as well. Oh, we might not need ladders. They might be able to jump, but I think it'll look nicer with ladders. Row goes there. They can't deconstruct these because they took the floors away. Genius. My fault. How are we doing here? I need to reconnect the power. Is there a better way of connecting that? I do want it on the same network as this stuff, not necessarily that stuff, so we'll keep running that wire over, I guess. They can't reach. Right, it's underneath 2 layers of floor now. Fine. Does that mean they can't reach that as well? Yeah. Get rid of those last bits of airflow then you'll be able to reach that. I would like to get rid of this unnecessary spur line then if we're going to run it somewhere else. Which would mean deconstructing a whole bunch more. Well, either I need to get rid of it to get rid of it, or I need to get rid of it to build more. So let's build more. And we need to get rid of that tile as well. We'll put it back when we're done. There, that needs a bit of automation wire to actually control it. And we need to set the sensor. How do we have it? Green signal if below 30 would be ideal. So if we can get this actually working properly, 30 is what we're going to go for. Good. How long have we got? Oh, we've still got 17 cycles. Okay, we've been paused a lot. That's fine. It's fine. I think we've got enough water for the time being now. We added a bunch in. Free coal is never a bad thing. Take that. We're still pumping all of this polluted water in, and it's going to get sieved and added to our network, so that's still good. Oh no, thimbleweed we will have soon. We should set up our own farm, but we need to put some kind of control on our polluted water if we're going to use it for farming. You know, something to bear in mind. So we don't sieve literally all of it if we want to actually back some of it up in the reservoirs for use in farms. Not sure when we're going to get round to that. It's on the list, but not something I want to be stressing about. Keep building in there. So storage bins can now go everywhere. And some more and some more. So our storage of rocks and stuff that was in here is going to be much denser. We'll fit more rocks. And we'll do the same on all the other sides. You know, once these airlocks don't need to be there, we can whatever. These fools have got themselves trapped with a full bladder. That's going to be a big problem. How do we get them out? They don't have the materials to build that. They can't reach the materials to build. They can't really dig their way out. So someone else needs to... This is a problem. Deeps are so dumb. Someone else needs to come in and build to get them out. They're not allowed in because they can't wear a suit. I don't really want them coming in without a suit because it's not pleasant in there. It's hot and there's no oxygen. And there's a lot of very hot salt water around the place. There's not really much else we can do. So if I disable the checkpoints, then in the morning they'll come through and fix it, I guess. But they're going to make a mess and they're going to potentially suffocate. Is there a way of seeing? There is a way. Where did I read that? You want to see how much oxygen is left in the suit. You need to find where it mentions the suit. Like, yeah, there. Equipping suit. And then you mouse over that. And it says there's 23 kilograms left. And they're consuming 0.1 per second. In theory. Though it's not changing, so maybe they're not. Oh, they're actually in oxygen, so that might be helping. They're gonna... There's no avoiding it. They're gonna make a mess. In the suits, which they're gonna... Okay. whatever. Just make this a priority and get them out of there. Don't... Why would you... They have no sense of self-preservation? It's 80 degrees salt water. Why would you dip your toes into it to get material? What's the blue line there? Because it's got me worried. It's pretty low. Yeah, their oxygen tank's down to 10 kilos. I mean, what can I do here? Why isn't everyone coming to do this? Maybe they're both going to die, who knows. Just in case they do, what are they? Digger and a constructor. Makes sense. Okay. Someone needs to come and build the last bit. There we go. They can get out. We can re-enable that building. Stop this. Just stop trying to go for a swim. There we go. Okay, they're going to go take their suits off now. That just going to leave a mess on the floor. We mop that up now. What are they like? Terrible. Okay. Everything mopped? Everything mopped. Anything dribbled? No, just some stuff from earlier. Oh, and somehow a bit of water there. Okay though, that's whatever. They're out of killing themselves zone. Are they going to do that again? Probably, but I don't see where, so probably be okay. They've done that top layer actually, so they can now do that layer there, okay. Get rid of them too. Which they shouldn't trap themselves. Good. Then they can carry on doing what they're doing. And we'll sort the rest out when we sort the rest out. In here. Bit more tile there. And there. And storage bins to fill it all in. That's a lot of storage bins. Hopefully that'll help us tidy up. That bit of pipe needs building still. They can't access it, so let's break the wall down. And then what's going on currently? Yeah. So half the coolant goes up, half comes to the right. It's coming through at 22 degrees at the moment, which is still an improvement. It's still going to help it drop. It's maybe not as much as I'd like. There's no liquid in there at the moment, so we can't see if it is actually working at all yet. Bit of a shame. But we shall see. And then, yeah, they rejoin over here. They shouldn't be having trouble rejoining if half are going around. I guess something was buffered and that is that. It's going to slow this lot down, but as long as that's under... Well, as long as it's under 30, I don't mind it going a bit slower. Don't want it to stop ever though. And then, yeah, then it hits the sensor and it can be deleted if it needs to be. Still would like to deal with this stuff that's just sitting here heating up. We need it to move. I think it's a later problem. Not a now problem. That all seems okay. Yeah, we just need this to start working 16 cycles and we'll see if it works or not. Meanwhile, they need to get the materials to do this. We can block that off as well. And I can give the instruction to sweep up what's in there. But we need storage areas for it, but they can do whatever there. We should be able to do everything else there. It's just going to take a while, I guess. It does take them a while to like get the suit on, get in there, get working, get the materials they need, and then decide they need to go back for something else and waste a ton of time. But eventually they'll get all that done, I'm sure. The sooner we could get that blocked in, the better. But no big deal. We'll live, and we'll dump that water out later somewhere. If we drop it far enough down, it'll just vaporise, I guess. Not necessarily a good thing. They're all built. Let me get the settings done. This is where we store raw minerals. There we go. So I can hopefully... that still may not be enough storage. I'm not confident that's enough for all the stone we have around the place. But at least it's an improvement. Built that. That bit didn't need to be insulated, but never mind. It's done. Block it back off. We'll be good. Getting some water coming, some brine coming through over 25 now, which means fresh stuff is going in, but it is fresh now. Enough of it's being fed in that it is fresh coal. Temperature is very comfortable almost everywhere. This hydrogen stuff I do want to move. We need extra hydrogen as well. See, base looks, temperature-wise, really good. So, a couple of sessions of stressing about that, and now we look good. And water-wise, adding in that stuff from up here is definitely working. Keeping us safe until this... Even when this starts pumping, I don't know if it's going to emit enough. Average output of 2.7 kilos a second, but... Is that going to fill up enough to last for long enough? I don't know. Guess we'll find out. What else do we need to work on? Need them to just finish what's going on in here. What's the other thing they can't store? Abyssalite. Miscellaneous storage. Should I set up another one here? We can have a row for miscellaneous. What's this? This is miscellaneous and it's full. That's metal ore. So we could do like 2 rows of metal ore. Would be enough. More than enough. 2 rows of miscellaneous. 1 row of... refined metal. That'd be overkill. We have very little of that. What's over here? Oh, I've got this wrong. That's raw mineral. And that's cultivatable soil. Then what was in the middle? If raw mineral was on the left... Wasn't filtration, wasn't... Is it consumable ore? No, it can't have been that. Maybe it was also raw mineral. Possible. Should be whatever was on the floor now, which is mineral. I don't know why I'd have set that up on the left as well. Yeah, raw minerals. That's all there is on the floor in here. Just a little confused by that. But okay, it just means I'm going to empty these out. So for the time being, why don't we put miscellaneous into them? Or at least some. For now. And we can do more organising and tidying later. Just getting everything out of here would be a good thing. Sweep all that, sweep all that. Finish building that, get rid of the ladders. Then it's fine. Then we need to set up a method of clearing everything out of this room. Which is, we can just put a pump in there and vent it to literally anywhere. But it would be nice to be able to get that pump out later without, I guess, breaking the seal. Is that a thing? We can try. You know, with these water locks we've been thinking about, we could try and put one of them on in order to just play with it. That's the whole point, isn't it? I've been talking about it a bit in previous sessions about not really knowing if the developers intended you to do things like properly. I'm pretty sure they don't. There was something I saw on the wiki about some like building in the game. I don't think we've unlocked it yet, otherwise I might have noticed. But there's like a building in the game that encourages you to abuse the mechanics of the game. So if they've put that in, then I think they are intending for you to do things like liquid locks. Liquid-based air locks. And liquid crushing door thingies. I think it's intended. How I feel at the moment. More freebies. We have 358 tons of sand. And only a ton of rust. I don't think we're ever going to have a use for rust, but just in case we could get some more. We don't need the sand. I mean, we need it, but not right now. It'll be fine. Okay. I don't want to try and bite off more than we can chew. We still need to see what happens here. So, as much as I'd like to move the farms and expand the ranching and stuff like that, potentially on the left, I think 2 things at a time is enough. So, we want to make sure our water system is doing what it should be. And we want to finish working down here. Somewhere to put salt. Is that not... I think one of these? It's just full. Yeah, it's that one. So if I... are any of these... Could they be emptied? The soil could be taken away. There's a lot of it there. Organic, organic, organic. Not really. What's that? Fertilizer, fine. All that's filtration, that's fine because it's near where the filtrations are used. I'm going to change the settings on these. We'll have 1 row of miscellaneous instead on this row. Or we'll have nothing. We'll free them up. And the one on the end I'll allow... where is it? Salt. And sugar. Like the other one was, why not? All good. What a mess. Anyway. They've done that so they can deconstruct the left ladder. Yeah, temperature in here not so good, although it's not really coming into the base. It has a route in, but no big disaster. The coal generators which make heat are under control. Love to see it. The electrolyzer which is making heat is not really under control, but it doesn't need to be because it's locked in. I think when we move that, we will insulate the room that it's in. Might as well. Or, that could be a bad idea because the electrolyzer can overheat. So we kind of want to cool the room down. Might need to specifically run the pipe through the room. This keeps giving an error. Oh, gas pressure's too high. I mean, that shouldn't happen. Oh, the pump can't output because the pipes are full. Okay, that will happen then. Not a good thing. We could do with having an overflow that just gets rid of oxygen. I don't know, what else can we do? We could package it into canisters and store them. Just so that we have tons of oxygen all the time. I don't know, that's not an awful idea, but it's not. It's messy, I guess is the downside. Shine bugs have somehow got into that room. While the door was open, I guess. This is another room where we want to change the gas inside. We can... yeah, that's really not a priority. It's going to be in the back of my mind for a long time, bothering me. It's all good. Sweep all that up. So I've swept up everything that's in there. We can block that in properly now. So I'll sweep those little bits up. Why not? Then yeah, I do need to work out what we're going to do with all this hot salt water. I can just dump it into wherever, so it's dumped, but could do with dumping it into somewhere that'll cool it down, I guess. Or at least won't cause a disaster. I mean, down here's fine. It's already so hot that it won't matter. Do want to know what that one is. Oh, and that one. Didn't notice that down there. It's only 3 blocks of neutronium? Yeah. So that's not a typical vent. They usually have 4. And the oil reservoirs don't spawn on neutronium, so that could be interesting. It's inside the abyssalite as well, which is unusual. Don't know. Could be interesting. We can get down there with the Atmo suits on. Might be nice to, I don't know, extend the base down a little further, put the checkpoint further down, so they don't have to walk so far in the bad atmosphere. Base is pretty big at the moment though, a bit too big maybe. Okay, so they're preferring to go grab a thing and put it away then. Come on, get that built. Sooner that's built, the sooner this stops emitting hot water. Nice that a few people have the time to just be tidying up. Happy with that. We've got a full reservoir of coolant. Very nice. Very nice. Even if we are deleting stuff. Something's gone wrong. Something's gone wrong with the airlock system over here. It's triggered the output here, which is sending a green, which means it should have triggered, but it hasn't stopped sending the green. Right. So it triggered, but it's still sending the green. That's a bad thing. The easy solution to that is to cut the wire. And let the timer do it. Yeah, that sensor's not really going to work, I guess. We'd need to put something in there so it's like... It only sends the signal briefly and then stops sending it. Not the filter, that's a delay. Not the buffer that intentionally continues the signal. Yeah, I don't think that's a thing we have or may not even exist. I think we just leave that wire disconnected. Cut that bit as well. Get the materials back. And we'll use the timer. The timer's been doing okay. Seems fine. Might mop up some more of that cold water. Why not? We do currently need it. Another 12 cycles. That looks a lot healthier. The amount of water looks a lot healthier. I'm happier now. Less stressed. Okay, that's boxed in. Good. So it'll keep pumping until it overpressures, and then that room will be full. When the room is full and it's overpressure and it can't pump anymore, the temperature should gradually just, you know, balance out with the atmosphere around it. So if it's not producing any new stuff, it should be okay. But I'm a bit concerned about the geyser itself, because it looks bright red. It is 99 degrees Celsius, so I feel like it is like constantly heating the area around it all the time, I think. So it's potentially worth isolating that heat, stopping it from spreading, if we can. I don't think we can build abyssalite anything, right? That's why it's a miscellaneous and not a mineral. I can't make a tile out of it, no, or plastic or metal tile, no. That would be very insulating. Because the thing that I don't get about the insulating tile is it just delays the process. It still is transferring heat, just a lot slower. than a regular tile would. So, yeah, I don't get it. It just slows the heat down. Eventually, after enough time, the same heat is going to make it through. I think. It slows down the heat going in, but it also slows down the heat coming out. Maybe it is significant then. It slows down the heat going out, yeah. If you run a regular old pipe through it, it cools down quicker than it heats up. As we've seen here. Interesting. So it could be fine to just leave it and let it transfer very, very slowly and just cool the base around. But if, you know, I'm interested regardless in seeing the vacuum work. Also, they've done the usual thing of deconstructing the ladder that they need to deconstruct the ladder, so we're going to have to micromanage this situation because dupes are idiots. Another one there. Just them two. This is especially annoying because I have to put the suit on. So they're putting the suit on to come and get these two deconstructed, then they're going to go do something else. I can't tell them, no, keep the suit on, wait. Now do those two. No, they've already got a different job to go do. Annoying. Some free seeds. We have 138 of these already, but I guess 2 more is better than people that we can't feed. Oh well. Okay, deconstruct the last 2 there. Sweep up the mess that has made. Get all this liquid out of here. Somehow. Good. Yeah, I'm gonna carry that ladder on down until we punch through. And let that hard liquid run wherever it's going to do, and make a mess wherever it's going to make a mess, and we'll fix that later. So this one's still erupting, but it could be overpressured. It's cool. Seeing all this natural gas here, I think it is going to be overpressured. I'm tempted to put another couple reservoirs in, another layer. Like we have the space to. See in 10 seconds what it does. Yeah. A little bit was used, perhaps it can output a little bit, and then it goes over pressure. So it's right on that borderline. That room is full, and all the storage is full. If we did, so more storage there, more gas storage there, we'll then build the rooms to the right to put the oxygen generators in. Bring the coolant through them first. Or maybe a separate loop of coolant that cools that. It's difficult. We need like a control network of all the coolant systems and balancing the temperatures. Just can't get it quite straight in my head. I guess we have to build something that doesn't work. Like we did with the water here. Build something that doesn't work. Get frustrated by it. Then rebuild it in a way that does work. I guess. Okay, that's all leaking out all over the place. Need to mop up little bits and pieces that get stuck. That's how it all works. Mop, mop, mop. There's a little bit of water stuck in there. It's a bit, I don't know, weird, I guess, but it's fine. There's also some gas in there, I guess. I don't know, it like, might look nicer if we got the gas out and it just filled with water, but as long as it goes over pressure, it doesn't really matter. It'll be fine. Well, that's interesting. A bit of water stuck there with the salt water underneath. It's made a liquid lock. I wonder if the dripping water's gonna break it or if it'll stay. So if it stays, we can use it. Or, you know, benefit from it. Be interesting. Take a while to dribble through, I guess. While we're waiting, if I bring that ladder so it touches the ground, they can actually, with the suits on, it's a long journey, but they can get around the place now. Not sure they can safely make it anywhere. Like, you know, all the way down here and up again. It's a bit soon for that anyway. I think we will need to extend the base down so that we can put the airlock further down. Extending the base lets us fill it with oxygen from our generators. And filter out the bad gases or whatever. It's not moppable, is it? It is. Okay. In that corner. It might be the wrong thing to do. Try not doing the ones adjacent to it yet. See what happens first. I'm going to want to get those bottles out of there, so we're going to need a bottle emptier. Somewhere. Put it in there. Oh, doesn't work on a ladder, of course. Change that to a tile. Filters, that's fine. What are we doing here? 10 more cycles. Water's fine. This build-up of chlorine, which is from the bleach stone being stored in here, should probably do something about that. In fact, it would not be a crazy idea to store the bleach stone in the room I want filled with chlorine. Especially if we did it away from the door. I just prefer the look if it's one away, but yeah. Let's do that. You set the settings before it's built? Doesn't look like it. Just in time. Because it's not actually killing the germs in here because there's a layer of carbon dioxide between them. Which, you know, whatever. We'll try in here. Every time they open the door, some oxygen should flow out and be pushed by the chlorine. And eventually, every time they open the door, chlorine will come out. But we do have a filtration at the bottom of the base for it, so it's not a big deal. If it's a small amount, it's not a big deal. We'll see how that does. They can hold their breath and it'll agitate their eyes, but whatever. Okay. Still waiting on that. Some of this mopped out okay. It's still got a weird blob there, but we could leave it. Because they can walk through and gas can't get through, so it's just kind of naturally formed what we were after. The problem is getting rid of that. No, I think it works fine. You build the top tile, the bottom one still sticks because it's a liquid in a single block. And then you build the bottom tile, nothing should get in. Could be okay. I want to sweep up all of them, and then we just want to pump it out. Ventilation, gas pump. Let's go there. Gas pipe, and whatever on the heat front. We're going to make a mess and cool it down later. But we're just doing that. Get it out of there. I don't really care where it goes. We can, you know, if we cut tiles away here, it'll create empty pressure for them to vent into. Just take everything in the room, get rid of it. We will need power. There is a network nearby. Don't know if it has spare power. No, it's the one we pushed to 1,000. But these things don't always run. Those things don't always run. So, without plugging those doors in, a temporary line into there, please. And down here, we are going to get rid of salt water and brine bottles. Do we getting rid of this liquid lock down here? I'm complaining all the time about stepping in wet things. So they don't like it. Although they're wearing suits, what do I care? Of course. They can't get here unless they've got a suit on, so they won't complain. They'll be fine. I think. We shall see, I guess. Coolant is building up. How is temperature in here anyway? Cold. Not so cold that it's breaking anything yet. Don't know if that it's even going to be a thing. The liquid reservoir was made out of copper ore. I see. There we go. Which is already a solid, and it overheats, and it will have a melting point, a very high one, but not a freezing point. Yeah, it's fine then. I don't think it'll damage anything. Could be wrong. I don't need that water anymore. How is this? Oh, we've almost finished here. The Pacus are now flopping. Poor little dudes. But yeah, we kind of finished with that, so we could get rid of all that pretty soon. We will have sorted all. I would like to put that control in here, actually, especially if we're going to gas the room up. Let's get it in sooner. We want to take the automation signal from the reservoir and control a shutoff with it. Or kind of control itself with it. Is that a thing? No. Could we? You can switch this on and off, right? Maybe you can't. No, I don't think you can. It just emits signals. So it sends a red signal when the reservoir is 100% full. It's kind of the opposite of what we want, isn't it? But you can't put the low above the high? No, okay. So we might have to invert the signal. We want the pump to pump if... Not the pump, we want the flow to be sieved if this is full. Full? Near full? Maybe if the one before has anything in it? It's kind of that, yeah. Keep one full. So trigger off the second one if this has 10% in it. That's the wrong way around. Sends red when 10% full unless... No. Sends a green signal when it's less than 10% until it's 10%. Confusing myself here. Sends a green signal if it's less than 10%. Other way round. I don't think it does what I want it to. I want a green signal if there is 10% in this reservoir. So I want a green signal when it's more than 10% full, not less. So if I inverted this, it's fine until it's full, because then it'll send the red signal until it hits 10% again. So do we want that at 10 and 10? When it's 10% full until it reduces a bit, then it'll give us the green signal until it reaches 10, then it will give us the red. So yes, that's the right setting, 10 and 10, but we need to invert the signal. And then send it to a shut-off. A good shut-off. It's going to replace them. Need to deconstruct that. And we'll reconnect it over. I think that's right. Knock that mess up. Automation wire into the NOT gate and from there to the shut-off. And then plumbing pipe. Granite, is that what we want? Yeah, because it's prettiest and doesn't do anything special. In general, that's what we want to use. Plug them through the shutoff. I think. Oh, and we need power to that, of course. Adding 10 watts of power consumption to that network. Hopefully it can handle it. There's the knot gates. So at the moment it's getting a red signal. That is correct, because there's nothing in that reservoir. What we're expecting is when the reservoir goes over 10%, it gives a green light. And a blob will be released, which will cause everything to shift and it'll immediately stop. So we may want them not to both be 10. We might want a gap so that it flows for a little bit, but in essence, I think that's set up right. We'll see. Free algae, I guess. Why not? How are we doing in here? It's going to take a long time to pump this all out. And I do expect it'll go over pressure. It already is sometimes going over pressure in that specific spot. So we may want to just, yeah, dig a lot away. Because when we take the stone away, we're creating a spot of vacuum for the gas to spread out into. And ultimately, this is all going to become squares of the base, right? So why don't we just, you know, that's going to be tile there, and with a couple airflows. There and there. But the next level in as well, which is the current bottom of the base. We're going to need 2 uprootapuncture plants. It's the current bottom actually, so it shouldn't have airflow yet. That one as well. But that's fine, that gives them access to everything, doesn't it? Might keep those ladders there ready for taking that vent down. And they can reach it. They can reach that from the new tiles. And yeah, dig all that out. Create some space for more gas to flow into. Should help. We'll see. And then I guess just leave them to it for a while. There's a bit of letting that gas flow out. There's a bit of getting all those bottles emptied. There's a bit of waiting on this water to spawn so we can check that behaves in an acceptable manner. There's currently nothing in the pipe. That's why it's green light. That's fine. Enabled, disabled. So this is now filling up. I think that's also a good thing in terms of when we have an atmosphere of chlorine in here, we don't want stuff just flowing through really quickly. That might not give it time to kill all of the germs. I assume it'll do some, but the longer it's in here, the more exposure, the more the germs die, I guess. I assume. So we kind of do want it to sit here for a bit. Not that it will. I mean, this is only causing a buffer, so we need to actually be consuming it at a certain rate for things to whatever. But whatever. It's creating a buffer. We need one of those. It's a good start. The farms can go right next to this, I think, as far as I'm concerned. It might be nice to move our liquid storages around or to the edges of the base or something, but that can be a much later job because it's already a mess and that's only going to make more of a mess while we do it. So I'm quite happy to just put new farms in on the left side here. In fact, we could do that now. We want farms that consume polluted water on the left and farms that consume good water on the right. And we need 4 farms of bristle blossoms at least if we're going to increase our people count. We probably don't need that many farms of reed fibres, which is good because we don't have that much polluted water. What do you need to do to the room to make it a farm? I don't think it's called farm, is it? It's not park, that's like, yeah, wild plants. Interesting. It's not recreation. Not a stable, it's greenhouse. Maybe that's what it's called. Grown within a greenhouse can be tended with farm station fertilizer to increase growth speed. It's a good thing. So you just need a room that has a farm station and 96 tile maximum. So you can't break through. Food, farm station, farm station. Stations? Farm station. Yeah, we have unlocked it. It produces fertilizer. Is that a recipe? Do we need to give it something? Phosphorite, right, is the normal thing. Oh no, fertilizer. Huh? Requirements, 5 kilograms of fertilizer. So you give it fertilizer and it gives you fertilizer, which then lets you grow the plants in the room faster. So is it just a case that you can't give fertilizer to a plant, you have to use the station? Don't know, that's a little confusing, but okay. They can fit in the room and then the normal number of plant tiles and then any storage on the far side if we need to. Could put this on the far side. Don't know, bit not ideal and probably not necessary. It's going to grow up faster. It's probably worth doing once just to see it working and see if we can get some numbers on how much of a benefit it really is or something like that, you know? That's fine. If we maintain that, then we can keep the toilets and showers in the same kind of area, though I might like more toilets to avoid any issues. I think if we had one toilet per person, we could cut their break time down by an hour. Whereas at the moment we need the extra break time. So if we did a whole row of toilets and then a whole row of showers, that might be overkill, but we could. They don't all shower all the time, and the room can fit 6 showers in, actually. So we could do 2 rooms, making 12 showers for 16 people. That's probably fine. Then kitchen... no, then dining room. So the kitchen will need to come down. It can be in that one. That's fine. All toilets. Shower, dining room. Then we've got 2 rows of bedrooms, which at the moment we need 1 row. I'm pretty sure I have coincidentally seen that the comfy bed, when we get the plastic to build it, is twice the size. So you can only fit 2 in each of these rooms, which is fine. Not ideal, but fine. We could then have the top layers. It would work. Although that's not central, because we have a central column. It's interesting, actually. I haven't built on the right-hand side the same amount. It should be 5 rooms across. We could put something else in the centre. It's a bit misleading because the water's there in the middle one and polluted on the side, so we should have another liquid storage. Can we just get another liquid and store it, just for the sake of it? Oil, don't really want it here. Could bring that brine up here just for the sake of it, but don't really want to. Could have hot water on one side and cold water on the other. Could be a thing. But again, don't really want to do that. Oh, it's fine, we'll have it off-centre, I guess. Well, the centre can be this ladder thing instead. Does mean that's a lump off the edge and we should balance it with another, but, you know, whatever. We could work with that. It's not how I've had it in my head. I've had this whole set of rooms being the middle of my head for some reason. I guess because we had the 3 so far, I guess. But it's fine. It's not important. The game is inherently messy and I just need to live with it. Okay, they've done a whole bunch there. They need extra tile so they can reach further over. And there's some more to mop up, which they need to get into that bottle emptier before I delete it. It is actually... it is cooling down in this area. As in, this already appears to be working. There's a lot of heat that has just stored up because it was a hot biome, and it's surrounded by other hot biomes, so it's not like it's going to go away until we can box in this steam vent as well. That's creating heat and so on and so on, but at least a source of heat is coming under control. We are down into the micrograms in the room. So we just need this to stop going over pressure on that side, and it might be okay. It seems good. I'm kind of confident it's going to do what I want. But it will be nice to see and confirm that you can do that. Because I'm sure there's lots of applications for doing that. Just creating a vacuum box around something because it's too hot or too cold. And then it, then you've got control over it. Where are you going? Oh, something's broken. That's interesting. Something that was there, don't know what has broken, and it's not big enough for people to come through yet, but I would like to make sure it remains blocked so people don't try and go down that ladder until we're ready for them to. Still also would like to kill that spore kid. What did we work out about spore kids? Completely forgotten. We need to cool it? Yeah, we need to cool it under -15. Which we don't currently have a method to do. Yeah, not sure how we're going to do that. I wanted like liquid chlorine or... I think, yeah, because the liquid chlorine would be cold enough and it would kill the germs, I hope. If it does that kind of thing. Ooh. Pump not in gas. There's still some micrograms of oxygen in the room. They're going to spread, and there we go. It's blue, extremely cold, because there's actually no heat there at all. It's pure vacuum. The pump is 47 degrees, because it was in a hot environment, it heated up. But it can't transfer that heat anywhere. The pipeline can. I guess the wire can, but so if we dismantle them, they are not touching the tiles. The tiles are going to get hot because they're touching a hot thing, but then there's a gap, and then if we cool the outside, it won't cool the inside, but it, likewise the heat on the inside won't get out. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. We can dismantle it. And that whole wire to that point. A little bit extra ventilation and the vent itself. And I would like to sweep up all the sweepables. That's pretty cool. Yeah, nice. Nice thing to see in action. Ooh. Free printables available. More free algae. For now. Okay. Where was I going to put 1, 2, 3, 4? Where was I going to put the kitchen? I guess we'll move this storage. What is this? Organics and cultivatables. It's nice to have the soil near the hatches, but they're going to move down, I think, into this area. So we could... Let's tidy up the storage some more, both sides. Can't quite finish the left, though we could just move the airlock down. Don't really want to do that yet. But we can do half a job, Let us deconstruct all that storage. All that storage. Let's mop up that tiny bit of whatever's there. While we're here. Deconstruct all of that. And they're going to do it in the wrong order, but whatever. Ladder up that side, ladder up that side. Tiles on those levels. Usually fill in all the gaps in stuff, those instructions as we go. It's all good. Put some things there, do the same on the left, put some things there, bring that storage room down, move the kitchen down, move 4 farms to the right, so we need to move those crafting stations. They can go wherever. They can go to this one here for now. That's all good. Yeah, I'd quite like to move the oxygen maker under here, and the hatches under here. Might be nice. So, yeah, base is not going to be symmetrical. It doesn't need to be. Just tell myself it doesn't need to be symmetrical. I can survive. A little bit of chlorine in this room, not a huge amount. It's going to be in layers, right? It's not going to do what I want in terms of getting the oxygen out. If they open that door, chlorine's going to come out. But it's something. The germs aren't actually here at the moment, but, you know. Also, there's slightly under 10% of this one full, so it appears to be doing the right thing, the correct thing. It's currently stationary, a bit more polluted. If they could just pump a little bit in for us. I can see it dribbling. Not enough to see. Just want to check the temperature. Yeah, seems all good. This area's still hot. Shouldn't affect the farms where I'm planning to put them. Their temperature's just okay at the moment. It'll be alright. Yeah, we'll redirect. Yeah, looks good. Tile there. Ladder there. Storage bins. There. Plenty of them. More blobs from the skimmer. Bigger blobs from somewhere. No. Oh, it needs to hit the sensor anyway to get it to... That's going to be a while. So it's only sending full blobs. Which is okay, I guess. That does just mean that this is empty, right? Yeah. So we might as well give the instructions up here. Dismantle all the way. And the pump. Do we want to leave the ladder there so we can access that reed anytime it's available? Might as well. Some wire from that we could dismantle. Don't really need to. Don't need a chlorine source at the moment. No, I think that's fine. We'll just, dismantle the stuff that's no longer active. There's no more liquid to be dropped here. We could mop up some of what's here to reduce the amount of polluted oxygen, but it's already somewhat reduced, so whatever. Although if I mop it up and empty the bottle, it might trigger this quicker. Not an important thing. We'll see it working at some point in the future. It'll be fine. Yeah, so we've got 42 cycles of that emitting and almost 2 reservoirs full. No idea if that'll be enough or not. Coolant going through here is just making it very, very cold because there's nothing to heat it up. She's not like that cold, but quite cold. 24, some bits of the pipe are colder than that. It's interesting. Like I say, it may end up needing its own dedicated supply of the colder stuff. One thing at a time. Okay, so we're going to plan ahead. Refined metal. Metal ore. What was the other one? Miscellaneous? For that room. Just going to deconstruct all this and we'll work it out. Seems good. That's a nice healthy amount of water we've ended up with there, actually. Very nice. It's all fine. Let's get some... Where are they? Food. Hydroponic farm. Start with one there. Do I want to put a farm station in here? Yeah, I mean, I want to see it working. And we can Yeah, there's lots of food rooms, but only one read room, so let's... The reads are way less important than the food. The food is okay, though. No, let's put one in the food rooms. Or food room. Or we... Yeah, we'll see. If we break 2 layers together, like door on both ends and ladder down the end, into one room with one farm station, that's fine by me, but it's too big by one tile, so we have to like block off one of the corner tiles or something, which is going to not look great, but it might be okay. Should be okay. And probably worth it to have fewer of those stations around, I guess. They're not expensive to make, it's just ore. We should maybe mine up some more copper ore around the place. It's probably a good idea. But yeah, it's not expensive to make, and I don't know, to maintain, are they... No, they're not powered, are they? No. They'd be fine to put one in every room, I'm sure. What we could do with like a tube system to take people from a specific layer back to bed layer. At the end of the day, when they're done working, they're all over the place. I don't think they're in any one specific spot. It might, I don't know, make sense to have one that's just like towards the bottom of the base and one that's towards the top, just to take them back up quicker at the end of the day. Ladder isn't particularly quick, although plastic ladder is faster, 20% faster, so maybe we just need a ton of plastic to replace all these ladders with plastic ladders. Could be a thing. So these, plumbing wise, what we want to do is take what's going to the sieve but prioritise it coming over here first. So we can't take the output of the pump, that's not consistent enough. Needs to be the output of the reservoir. Oh yeah, we're really not making enough polluted water, I don't think. I'm not sure how we increase that. We'll find a way. So we could take this and put a bridge on, and it should prioritise hopping the bridge before going down, but even if not, we could re-plumb that. Wouldn't be a disaster. Just, do we then want to bring that down one? If we're doing 2 layers it doesn't matter, but I do kind of want to bring it down one. Yeah, my bad. At least for now, we'll do regular tile there. Then there. What do we want? Don't want the Sixters. We'll have a pipsqueak. I think we might end up farming pips, but even now they can wander around as much as they like, that's fine. Ah. Forgotten the last stage here. We could just leave the water lock there, but I'm not entirely confident it's going to stay, so I think we can just say do that and they'll... I think we want them to do one at a time. I'm not sure what will happen if they do both at exactly the same time. And I don't know, a tiny bit of gas getting in isn't the end of the world, but it is to be avoided. Also, finish that room off. They should be there, and then mop up whatever's in the base, get that out of there. All this insulation now isn't really needed, although the area is currently still hot. And very hot, so as much as we ultimately want to cool that down, it might be like not yet. We should maybe seal the basin. When we're done with this bottom MTO, we'll seal the basin, and then we can keep the bottom insulated, but change the top. Yeah, that doesn't break the water seal. Okay. But yeah, to that end actually. We got more than enough rock to be doing whatever with, really. We'll do... leave access so they can actually use that bottle opener. A bottle emptier. And then... get it dealt with. Yeah, that's better, so they can actually get that edge insulated. When they're done down there, we'll insulate the bottom off, and then we'll replace this insulated tile that's internal to the base with regular tile, and we can get rid of the Atmo suit dock to this area, because it's all good now. I mean, there's a lot of polluted oxygen and other nastiness, but in general, it's all good now. Can leave them to that. We'll get to mop up there where it didn't quite finish off. Although, no, they got all that done. Good. And that's still pure vacuum. Looks like it. Yep. Nothing made it in. Excellent. That 95-degree heat is well contained now. They can't actually reach that to deconstruct it because they just do what's closest, I guess. Dupes just do the nearest job that's of the priority. It's interesting. At least it's consistent. Can work around it, I guess, if I remember. Yeah, plumbing-wise. So if I bridge... what is that? It's the output of dirty water. Pipe in. Then we'll see. I'm not sure if the bridge can draw like from that distance and prioritise itself. We need to then bring a pipe down here to... probably do, right? It's just... even if we don't need to, it doesn't hurt to do it to be sure. So, they got themselves trapped again. It's such a tiny little job. How do they do it? Oh well. They're all good now. Another sleepy time. It's all good. I'll just give them like a couple of days to tidy stuff up as well. Should we mark the whole base for sweeping? That might be a bit overkill. We'll mark all that brine for sweeping. It's going to take them a while to do that, a long while, but we'll do it. What's that? Salt has no storage available. Drecklet eggs have no storage available. Yeah, that can stay there. Salt will end up in here. This temperature here is still really, like, the oxygen is still really hot. So don't want them out here without suits still. But it's not going to cool down until we do something about it. Which I'm not really sure what we're going to do about it. I don't know. We want them to empty all these bottles out of the base, not anywhere else, so that we just leave that for now. It's going to take a long time to do, but we'll leave that for now. And they'll get it done. I could move the airlock down, actually, couldn't I, to the bottom? And that will let us do what we want to do. But I don't really want to repipe it, so I'm not going to bother, because I don't really want to repipe that. I could let them build in the fire pole. That would speed things up a tiny amount. But yeah, don't want to. Let's give the other guys the job to find some copper, maybe. Tiny little bits of it around. Could do with a big... I mean, maybe we have it all. I hope not. It is possible. To swap to iron, there's a little bit of that around. Or the wolframite and tungsten. There's a bit. It's the easiest way of getting to that. Send them over there. I still can't reach it all. They shall need a ladder. It's all gold in the slimy bits. Iron in whatever that biome is called. So what biome is this? The one with the sulfur can have copper. So all of this is copper. Cool. They're going to need a ladder there to get that done. That should be good. Any more here? Some here. Can come back for that. Just add a little bit more to our available resources. And this is going to be thimbleweed. Plant them and let's see what happens. Hopefully we don't just kill them off. The temperature range is 22 to 37, which the base generally is between 22 and 37. It's pretty specific temperature range, but room is on the low end of that at the moment, but it's good. I don't care atmosphere-wise, they'll be fine. The polluted water they're going to use a lot more than we're making. Could be an issue, but, you know, water's improving. Take a look at this actually, now it's working. And yeah, that's that. We could do with a storage specifically dedicated to thimbleweed seeds, I guess. Sure. And I feel like just putting a door on so it is a room, or so it's taken away from the base. I think we should just put more doors everywhere. The pneumatic ones do slow people down, but not by much. Not by enough that I'm worried. Thimbleweed seed. Because they will be made here. And then reeds will be made here actually, so why don't we store them? We don't have like a room where we work on them. Yet. Not yet, so let's... if I can find them. They only had them before. Clothing? No, that's just finished clothes. Not agriculture. Not an egg. I thought industrial ingredient. Yeah, it's there. Reed farm. I'm just blind is all. There we go. Talking of, I don't really want to dismantle these because we are actually... like they are repairing stuff. Yeah, so that can wait. It should wait. This I wanted to look at. So it is currently emitting, but it hasn't reached the sensor yet, so I won't have done anything. It is hot in that room. I am concerned about overheating of things. We did make it out of gold. What point does wolframite melt? Almost 3,000 degrees Celsius. Yeah, that's going to be fine. That's not going to have any trouble. Okay. Just have to wait. So it's currently doing 11 kilos a second. I'm just going to square hold 1,000 kilos. So it's going to take 100 seconds to do a square. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So in 700 seconds it should trigger the sensor. And pump a full blob up, and then we'll see what happens. It'll take another little while to do more, but yeah, okay. So it's going to take 5 minutes. It's been running a while already, but yeah, it's going to take time. Apparently that is unreachable because I removed the tile that was blocking their route down, which was also allowing access to that room, so let's get that done. They've tidied up the bottom of the base already. Very nice. That's fine. That guy's gone dormant anyway, so that's good. Get them to finish what they're doing in there. What's that? We can't... salt, yeah. What do I want to do about that? Just let it in here temporarily. And we'll deal with where it actually should be afterwards. Actually, we're going to move the kitchen, aren't we? Probably. We can store salt and sugar in the kitchen in the future. Consumable, right? Yeah. It may just end up bringing the wrong stuff, but whatever. It's all good. Bliss burst seeds, we don't have many, so, you know, seeds, fine. These are not getting irrigated because we're not making enough polluted water. How can we make more? I mean, more dupes will help with that, because that means more showers, more toilet visits, and that means more polluted water, which is a good thing. So bringing more dupes in will help us keep them growing. Beyond that, I don't know, we need something that makes polluted water specifically, I guess. On purpose. Just don't sieve anything ever. These are what uses it. Which, yeah, we could do with more. Polluted mud, don't have a source of that. Algae terrariums don't really need. Carbon skimmers, so if we made more carbon dioxide, that would help. More natural gas generators, but we don't have the natural gas supply to do that at the moment. The petrol generator will make a lot. 10, 11 times as much as the natural gas is? Okay. And I want a petrol generator, so when we're doing that, we'll end up with a nice supply of polluted water. Very nice. Or we can distill the slime down to algae, which I'd like to do anyway, because we've got a ton of slime just off-gassing. We could do that. Can we put an algae distiller in that room? That's about it, as far as things go, but the petrol generator seems like a good option, because I'm intending to build that anyway. I'm looking for what bit it's under, but that. Needs power supply, 120 watts. Does this network have 120 to spare? I doubt it. 480, 600, 610, 615. 735, 790, so 800, and it, yeah. We're making 800 and consuming 795. So if the sieves aren't running, or one of the pumps isn't running, it's about the only chance. I think it'll overload it, but it might be worth doing, because I don't really want to be making all this. It's not a... like, I want to get rid of the slime. I absolutely want to get rid of slime all the time, but it's not a consistent income of polluted water, but it's probably worth having one anyway. It's just the power draw isn't ideal. We can reconnect something else somewhere else. Potentially. Where do we think it is? Is it a food thing? Plumbing thing? No. Refinement. Yes, you're refining the slime. Let's put it in the corner. And now I will just run that wire in. As I say, maybe the pump in the water could be connected to a different one. It could get... we're not really refining metal at the moment, although I'd like to. Now that we have some water to spare, we could do some. But anyway. So this one at the bottom, we've done that math already, it's overloaded. So the only other network that is really available is at 260. Oh, but these are barely ever running. So it's a 305 plus 480 plus 60, 845. So it has 160 watts available. And yeah, if everything runs at the same time, we can have patrol, definitely. But odds are pretty slim on that. Pump in there's running a lot of the time. I think we just take these benches off the network. But we do need them. Put them on the network with the refiner, because we're probably not going to refine and repair at the same time. Okay. Connect that. Deconstruct that. That makes the distillery a bit safer for that deconstruct these. And then... I don't think they both fit in this room, do they? I need the materials anyway. Exosuit Forge in here. So we could do with more. Let's go for it. Copper. Should make some iron because we don't... We have the ore and we're not really using it. Let's make a bunch of that. It draws water in and then sends it back hotter, but that, now that we have water to spare should be fine. I can't actually reach this job. And I can't put a ladder there so that they can reach it, that's awkward. If I put the ladder there, I don't think that helps. Maybe down there. That should help. And they should be able to reach them, and that ladder should help them reach them in the morning when they wake up. Though we've disconnected the water, which is not ideal. Halted. It's a shame they don't just grow slower if you're missing something. You know, the wild ones grow without the polluted water. Why can't these? Oh well. Should put a storage bin in. They can probably share this again with the slime. But we do want somewhere to take the algae when it's done. That's all good. Be careful here just to take the ladder out. Nothing else. Learning my lesson. That wire we could reroute, but it's fine. It's not causing any damage where it is. So that's okay. The other part of the picture. Rebuilding it. The Exosuit Forge takes up all the room in there. But we're not using the oxygen masks, and I don't see any reason to use them if we've got the suits. People can just hold their breath. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. So we'll set that up and have it just so we can repair the suits when that time comes. Got the water moving again. So that's good, it's going in there. We might need multiple water pumps going forward, actually. If we're going to have more electrolyzers. More stuff using water. Potentially. Seems okay at the moment. I don't see a problem, but yeah, lots of extra toilets and stuff. Might be a need for 2 pumps. Yeah, the hot... so how are we doing? Temperature in the room has hot spot on the pipe with the hot liquid in. Might not be doing enough here. There's 45 degree water sat in that pipe. And 24 degree brine isn't really going to cool it down that much. We'll see. This reservoir is at 35 degrees itself. Interesting. Hotter on the left. Just because of the heat outputting from here. It's a bit weird. Oh, from the radiant pipe. Holding the hot water. Interesting. They're all empty apparently. It's got a little blue bar, but it's empty. No. It's storing. What is it storing? Some food poisoning. 65 degrees water. So it's coming through the pipe here at 61. But that's not this, because this isn't reached its level yet. That water is at 95. The question is only, is it cooling down? So the 24 degree brine going underneath should cool it down. The temperature difference is significant. It doesn't seem to be doing anything. I may have been lied to here. Temperature going up. Guess we'll see. If that doesn't work, I have no idea what to do. I'll just have to let the hot water in and then... Don't know. We'll work something out. Yeah, 93 degree heat it is. That sensor's been triggered, it is now pumping. 60 apparently. It's kind of a mixture of everything. Power. Needs to be conductive wire here. Which I guess we'll make out of iron because that's what we got now. And we want to automatically repair ammo suits when they get damaged. Pump is enabled, but the pipe is blocked. So when we're refining, that gets the priority, which is interesting. And kind of good because it's cooler, it'll reach the temperature better. But yeah, now we're pumping in 93. Assume that then, like, the temperature between what's in the reservoir must equalise itself pretty quick. It's growing. Easier to tell when it's full what's actually going on, I guess. It certainly doesn't seem to be cooling down. Brine's going in at 25, coming out at 25. It's not doing anything. Okay, maybe I misunderstood. Maybe the output tile is the only one that is affected, not the one underneath it. Pretty sure I said the one underneath the output tile, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the information's outdated, that's also possible. That would be very annoying. You should at least be transferring with what's in the pipe above it, though, which is 56 and dropping. What's inside is now 73 degrees, and that one is now full, so it's not changing. Food poisoning germs are dying on their own, which is good. Maybe the heat is affecting that, it could be. 73 though, it's really not changing at all. And if it's being influenced by 25 degree heat, it should be cooling, definitely. So this, yeah, it's not working. This did not work. And even that's really dropping slowly in heat. This even colder brine is coming in now, must be a fresh amount. Coming at 12, 13 degrees. This is still 73.1 and not changing. I don't know what we can do about that. We need to do something before this storage fills up, though. Well, we don't. We're kind of okay on water, but I would like to do something before it all fills up. What can we do? How can we cool it down? It needs to not be in a reservoir, right? But that's the most... it's the dense storage, so the good, cool water should go in the reservoir. The stuff we're okay to use, and that's how we should store it until it's needed. So we need to replace... maybe push up. Have a shorter pool of water above. The reservoir's here where it's being cooled. Then we need to fill this in. No, because we need what's under. This isn't going to pump upwards, so it's only going to drip down. Although that's hot. I'm going to minimise the number of pumps, but even so, I might pump into a room, like here. So this could be insulated and become hot water. Not ideal, because people are coming in here to do stuff, like get water. Which we'd want them to get cool water. I'm thinking we just run radiant pipe with coolant through this room. It would cool it down. Like we know it would. Yeah, it doesn't work if it's in a reservoir. That's very frustrating. In particular that I read the wiki and thought I had the answer and it's not working. Can't see... If it was transferring with the atmosphere around it, you should see a hot spot. And we don't. Just wrong, I guess. Okay. Okay. That is frustrating, but we need a plan. And soonish. I'm getting this tidied up. so that we can get that sealed in and freed up and stuff. So I think that output dropped down and then we cooled it in here. Well, there is another option for how we cool it. You know, don't have to use radiant pipe. We can use an aqua tuner. No, that's the wrong way around. Aqua tuner will make it hotter. It heats itself. So if we put an aqua tuner in a vacuum, it would eventually melt. Am I following the logic there? You pass a pipe through the aqua tuner, it takes heat out of the piped liquid and puts it into the building itself. So the liquid, if we pumped hot water through it, it would get colder quickly. It's about 14 degrees it eats off of it, I think. Which, you know, doesn't, for 95 degree water doesn't help us much, but it's something. The problem is it puts that heat into the building itself, so you need that heat that's in the building to go somewhere, otherwise every blob you put through is adding 14 degrees to the building. And eventually, that building will just reach its melting point and melt. So that won't work. I think we need this thermo nullifier online, right? And we need to pipe the 95 degree water all the way over there. Run it through that. It's going to get it down, you know, with radiant pipe through a system near there. It's going to get it right down. And then bring it back. It's just that this cooling loop does not work. So, okay. Fine. For the time being, we need the water. Although 3 full reservoirs is a reasonable amount. I kind of like more, but it's a reasonable amount. I think we can just leave it there, and we won't die. Could be speaking too soon there, but I think we can leave it there and not die. We'll just go get started building our base towards the nullifier. We know we've got one column already to stick on, and then we can work out where that fits. Little nubbin on the top to get it in the correct layout. Then we'll work out how we're actually going to make it happen. It could take a long time to get this online, so I'm concerned. But maybe this will just cool down. We'll get the bit in the pipe cooled down and it'll dribble through little. We'll see. They need to finish what they're doing down here as well. No way to put the sand, that's fine. I just want them to tidy up the liquids more than anything. And just select saltwater, sweep. Sweep, I think it's just those 2 bottles. When they're done, it's good. Could leave that bottle emptier there, it's not doing any harm. Just tell it that it doesn't do anything. Yeah, then no one will come over to try and do something if we say it doesn't do anything. Get rid of those last bits of ladder. Again, this takes a while. Back and forth trips, but they'll get here eventually. And seal that in. Nice if that little bit of water under there gets pushed down. Yeah, good. Not up into the base. If they do that, we can cool off the bit that's in our base by replacing this with regular tile. Which, yeah, sure, everyone can just come do that now. And then the chlorine that's in here is going to get filtered through our system eventually. The natural gas that's in here is going to cause a problem, but this thin layer at the bottom of the base isn't going to affect anyone really. Everything down here is automated and isn't currently causing any trouble, so just keep your fingers crossed on that front. And they've done that, they've sealed that off. They've got 2 more to do there, but we can now deconstruct the atmosuit, the doorway, that little extra bit of insulation there. How are we doing? This is quite warm still. We could do just digging that abyssalite out so it isn't abyssalite, and then the temperature will exchange better. I think we should do that before we move on. Just build the base all the way up. Block that liquid sulfur thing out of sight. There should be another vertical column there with a ladder and stuff, so that's going to be a real pain later. But it is going to be later. Because that's going to run to there. Dig that up. There we go. We can deconstruct that, and we can give the instruction for the ladder. Come all the way down. They can have their fire pole now. Hopefully we got enough copper to do that. Should be airflow there and there. All the way up here. That'll help with the temperature equalizing, which initially is going to heat our base up, but this area's got nothing going on and is pretty cold at the moment, so hopefully that all works out okay. Deconstruct those little bits. That's all good, and all the way up here as well, actually. So deconstruct the whole lot. Then we'll put the tile back after. All good. That's unnecessary. Don't actually want to do that, do we? Silly me. Those should be open doorways. It's the next one that we want to block off. That's all fine. That's all fine. That. Sorry, my bad. Tile. Those extra bits out there, and then opposite. They go all the way across. There, and then airflow. And those verticals as well. More airflow. Might end up with stuff pooling above this. Might have to just keep an eye on this corner here. That what we put in this room might be significant. Or it might all just do what it's supposed to. Pressure of the oxygen from around the place might push it all down. Maybe, if we're lucky. That seems good. That needs uprooting before I guess I can put the pole in. Some little bits of liquid are going to need mopping up at the end. Hopefully it's all liquid we can put away somewhere. Something is off-gassing here. But I don't see what. No idea. Is it bleach stone? Yeah. That's chlorine that's coming off. I thought it was polluted oxygen, but it's not. Is there more? No. Imagining things. We want to get that put into that room. Although that's when we open the door is... Should I just move the door up? Like, that is a thing. I don't know what that is. Not an item I can click. Someone's suffocating. Typical. I just want to finish my thought. Do I want to move that door up to encourage? Yeah. And they should still be able to reach, right? When they open. I'm not sure. It's worth a go. On the door to be up so that it encourages chlorine to form over the reservoirs, and then when the door opens the stuff at the top of the room comes out. Is the idea. Who is suffocating? They've been trapped by sand falling. No? Why is that abyssal blocking them in? Oh, God only knows. I dislike this a lot, obviously. I've given the instructions on what I want them to build. Forgotten to tell them to dig. In fact, why don't we dig as a higher priority? But yeah, they just get themselves trapped too easily. I shouldn't be giving them all the instructions to build the whole thing. I should be doing it bit by bit. You're gonna, Lyra's gonna die. There is no oxygen in there. No one can reach them quick enough to do anything about it. I don't know how they've trapped themselves in. Let's go 9. Cancel that. Priority 9 that. Let's also cancel that. Deconstruct priority 9 that. Just get some air in there. Even exclamation mark priorities. Whatever that does. Go do that. There, they made it out. Okay. I mean, they shouldn't be having any trouble with all this. Who knows? The falling sand is an issue, actually, that I didn't appropriately consider, I guess. Do that, because the priority is on digging, they should do that first. Hopefully. We'll see what they do. Well, they're going to go to bed. That's fine. I guess that's fine. How did water get in there? I've done something stupid, haven't I? I didn't think I had, but there's water in that pipe. Oh. That bridge has got itself connected to that system. Well, yeah, I must have not deleted or built what I really needed to there. We need to delete that. It's not the end of the world, it's getting rid of hot water, but we actually want the water. We just want it to cool down a lot. It's also like causing the system to back up because it's not... it's overloaded. And I've accidentally, when destroying that wall, destroyed the pipe that was inside it, because I'm a fool. So move from my pipe, get that done. And while we're here, high priority, regular tile, airlock door. Did I delete any ventilation while we're at it? I did. How clever of me. Let's fix that. Any power? Yep. Just generally destroyed the whole base when I didn't mean to. Oops. Create a bunch of stuff that needs mopping up. I don't know why they keep letting me be in charge here. I figure there would have been a mutiny by now. There. Oh, no. Yep. 9. A bit missing there as well. Just to join them up. Now that job. Insulated liquid pipe. Up that priority as well. Okay, they're getting that done. That's been done. So I want plumbing, insulated pipe from igneous rock. Up and in without connecting to the bridge. Yeah, that should be better. This should be more cooling around here. It's about to release a bit of liquid. Very close. Liquid inside that pipe is very close to getting released. The liquid in here is still 73 degrees. There we go. A couple of blobs made it out. In they go. And now we've got 63 degree water back in the pipe. It's going to take forever to cool down. Yeah, this doesn't work. Just don't know why not. Did I need to build a conducting thingy? Conduction panel over the bottom tile? Over that bottom tile? That's going to require more Googling, I think. At some point. Oh, we've got brine and nowhere to put it. Can I... Is there anywhere off the left-hand edge of the base, maybe? Let's have a Plumbing, emptier, facing that way. Maybe. I actually do think we can... Like, all the verticals can lead to an exit out the top. Not the bottom, but out the top, that's fine. Don't see any reason not to. Do that, and then this guy takes brine and salt water, and that'll allow those to get tidied up. Ah, algae distiller. Didn't finish that process off, did I? We've powered it, but we need to actually deal with... Apparently this has a piped liquid output. How unusual. Considering everything else, I figured it would just drip out. Slime goes in, algae will drop out. Sit there to be collected, I hope. And polluted water is, yeah, gonna come out in a pipe. Is unusual. Liquid pipe in granite. Just needs to join that line. Simple enough. But I missed it. Ooh, missing a bit of the ladder there. Get that done. The temperature looking like here. It's going to be interesting. And it's mixing, it's blending, it's cooling. It's still uncomfortably hot down there. It'll be okay. Is it bedtime again? Looks like it. The weed still hasn't grown at all. We're still just dribbling in tiny bits of polluted water, I guess. No, this still is actually working. I guess I throw some slime in and it sits there for a while. That's pretty cool. I can fill with an amount. So 400 grams. Says it uses 600 grams per second. But they're putting 400 kilograms of it. Yeah, they can throw in a good amount. Cool. Good. That'll get that slime out of the way. It'll stop the polluted stuff. I mean, there is a deodorizer there, and in theory, because the slime emits polluted oxygen, the deodorizer converts it. Yeah, filters and creates oxygen. So with the deodorizer, the slime is making oxygen with, you know, with the combination. So you could leave it there off-gassing in the storage bin with the deodorizer, and we'd actually gain oxygen in this room. But you know, we have enough oxygen generation. We don't, and we're going to make more, so we don't need that. I'm going to get rid of the chlorine generation in here as well. Might be nice to kind of vent this room at some point. It's a bit ugly, but you know, it's fine. I'd rather have the polluted water that the distillation gives us than the oxygen from that process. A free refined iron, we'll take that. Okay, how are we doing? Just to finish keeping things tidy, let's also mark this lot for deconstruction, because this is going to become another storage cell. In fact, this one here could become storage as well. That'd be a relatively safe thing to put there. All that. Oh, they can't reach the digging, they need to build first. Don't know why they're building the new thing I put rather than the jobs. Maybe they just don't like the idea of doing these. Whatever, that's all laid out. We can do more storage of things on that side as well. Tidy up a bit more. Still need to... We're tidying up still. We're going to tidy up this edge of the base. We're going to tidy up this whole thing. When they've done all their current jobs, so we'll build the storage in and we'll configure it. And when they've done that, we can start expanding to the northeast to get this nullifier. Hopefully we can get out there today in this stream, and then in the next stream actually get it working, maybe. That will involve getting the second electrolyzer set up, I think. But, you know, hopefully in the next... Oh, that means building this out as well. Okay. I don't think we're going to get the nullifier up and running today, but hopefully in the next stream we'll get the nullifier up and running, and then we can use that to actually get this water into our system. We'll see how that goes. Pip got stuck in there, which is unfortunate. Anyhow, it's over 2 hours in. I need to take a break. I need to force myself onto a break. I'm not too frustrated today. A little bit, but I'm kind of just getting used to it, I think. Dupes being silly is silly, but we're getting somewhere. You know, we're building stuff. The base is growing. We're getting stuff organised. This, like, vacuuming out this hot source is really cool. I really enjoyed getting that done. And yeah, just frustration about the water, I guess. But we'll get that sorted out over this session and the next one, I'm sure. So feeling a bit more positive, but I will just take a short break before we get this all, you know, get this all tidied up. This edge and then the other edge of the base, and get that connected. It's a plan, definitely. But I'll just take 5 minutes to stretch the legs, top the drink up, and all the usual bits like that, and then we'll carry on. We'll see you shortly. Hello there. I'm back from the break. Let's unpause. Get them snoozing away. This has stopped because it's full. Okay, just curious. A liquid reservoir holds 5 tons. That's a bad thing. I was thinking about whether we wanted more. The liquid reservoir takes up 6 spots on the map and holds 5,000 kilograms. A normal block holds 1,000 and a bit kilograms. So 6 blocks would hold 6,000 kilograms. So having water in the world is more like effective. The polluted water, the advantage of putting it in the reservoir is we get to cover it in chlorine and get rid of the germs. We can't do that in the world. I don't think. Not effectively. So that makes sense to put in the reservoirs. This water, it really doesn't. Like if we wanted to store more, we'd do better blocking this room in and making this deeper. And that would store more water. Interesting. Okay. So when we change the cooling over, we'll change that over. I didn't actually think of checking that in the first place. I just assumed that the reservoir's stored in a more effective way. We're not, by having them, we're not removing any pumps from our system just because of the way it's set up and the way it kind of has to be, so that we have a bottle access as well for things that need that. Yeah, I don't understand what the point of the reservoir is. The gas one definitely seems worth it. But I could be wrong on that. The reservoir holds 150 kilograms. 1 square holds 5 kilograms? Yeah. But it's maximum density. So... math, 30, right? Yeah. The reservoir is the same as 30 squares, and it takes up 15. So you're doubling your storage density. That's a big win for the gas reservoir, but a big loss for the liquid reservoir. Just doesn't make sense. Why would you do it? Like, it stops the off-gassing of the polluted stuff, so... okay, for polluted stuff it makes some sense. You lose the density but you gain certain benefits. The water, it just doesn't make sense. You can't... unless, I guess, if you wanted to keep it hot, or keep it cold. So an advantage of putting the brine in there instead of leaving it as liquid is it will hold its coldness for longer in the reservoir. So that makes sense. Okay, so there's benefits in that regard. But just for general storage, yeah, this doesn't make sense. Okay. So our second attempt at this system has failed as well. We'll make a third attempt, eventually. They've dug that room out. Let's get storage bins in. Let's get those missing bits of ladder on the right-hand side there. Good. Do we want to do the other one in here? Not yet. When we need it, if we need it. We're going to need it, but in a bit we can do that one. They've built everything else. Yeah, good. Good, good, good. Still no polluted water going in. We have polluted water, we just... so what's the point of that? This is wrong. This is not how I intended for this to work. I also disconnected that, didn't I? Liquid pipe, regular granite, should go from the input of the shutoff towards the farm. We should always be supplying the farm. When the shutoff is enabled because we have enough, it should go into the sieves through the shutoff. As a priority, that's fine. That doesn't really affect anything. Whatever's permitted to go that way goes that way and gets sieved, and the rest is going over there. Yeah, got that wrong. Glad we looked at that. Also, yeah, didn't finish the job that I started, but we can deal with that. Another sleep time. Anything more to be done? That's fine, just give that time. Moving of the hydrogen generation is the next thing to do, and expanding it. It's going to create a bunch more oxygen than we can deal with, so we may want to set up an oxygen overflow system. What do we do with too much oxygen? I think we just send it into space. I think that's the thing to do. Get rid of it. What else can we do? Where is... options? Ice maker? Can turn it into like liquid oxygen if we can cool it enough, and then store that somehow. Just feel like it's probably just going to off gas. Going to change state back into gas. Doesn't seem worth it. Canister filler is done manually. No, automatically stores piped gases into canisters. Automatically makes it maybe worth doing. There's also no electrical cost. I feel like the way that system would work is when you need oxygen, someone comes to the filler and gets it. Not that it's just going to continually put it into canisters for you. I mean, we can find out by building one, I guess. Only takes some ore. We have a random pipeline there we should dismantle, actually. Gas intake storage. Can we see anything in the database that might make it clearer how that works? Can stir. It's the emptier. Be like the bottles. This I see it working like the picture pump. They go and get it when they need it. Allows them to deliver it, yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. Storage, okay. We have, so seeds don't matter, they can go by the farms. Organic does matter. It's just algae and eggshells that we need to store, and maybe mud. So fine, let's do a row of organic. So we've got refined metal, we've got raw mineral, we've got organic. Miscellaneous we've got on the other side, metal ore, we've got liquefiable, don't think we need that. So it's going to make a mess if it heats up. Industrial ingredient, not keeping here. Filtration is storing elsewhere, if we can. Cultivatable soil we need at least 2 rows of. So let's do something else first, not eggs. Consumable ores. Agriculture could go somewhere else, so the next one over could be agriculture. Could be eggs, seeds, clothing. We could do a row of consumable ores and then 3 rows of cultivatable soil. So this will be... don't want bleach stone. Don't want coal, that goes near the generators in their rooms. This is just salt and sucrose, which I want to put in the kitchen. And rust, which we have so little I don't care. So there are no consumable ores I want to store. Then we could store, again, agriculture. I want it to be nearer the farms, really. So the sand, it doesn't make sense to be down here, because closer to the sieve is better. It's used in deodorizers as well, but they're like, this is the only permanent one is in here, so to me it kind of makes sense to keep it there. This is for mass storage of stuff. That's all full. Oh dear. Okay. Change of plan there then. So we've got 1 row of organics, and then we're just going to do cultivatable soil over the rest. Keep it simple. We're going to need another whole set of this one on the left, or maybe one on... no, the right is going to be oxygen maker. Could put that further down, but don't really want to. So yeah, we need more storage for raw minerals, or we need to use them up. Stop digging them up. Oh well. It's all good. We had that ventilation that was going into the soup thingies. Let's get rid of that. We might want more vents on our oxygen output. Base looks great, really, but it might help it stop filling in. Also, I'm somewhat surprised. Yeah. The chlorine that's down here isn't reaching the sensor to get it pumped out because there's too much carbon dioxide, but the skimmer isn't working. What have I broken? In, out. Oh, I've broken everything on the skimmer. Okay. when we were opening up the left side of the base, of course. Oops. Big oops. That should help with that. And then, again, almost forgetting what we're doing. The sieve inputs go there. Good, 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 good. So thimble reeds are actually growing now. As well they should be. And we're not sieving off because we don't have an excess. But we still aren't really making enough. But, you know, whatever. That's all good. Still have a lot of water. This is going to stop. It's going for another 90 cycles, and we really should make the most of that, because when it's shut off, we're going to use water. So without having like a second water income that operates while it's offline, we're going to want something. This is not enough storage. I would rather turn that into one big water tank. That would be pretty good. But we need a hot one at the bottom, and then we need to send that off, cool it down, and bring it back. And we'll just drop this down another layer. Move the pump down. It'll be fine. Can you fit... Because the reservoir is a building. So you see how the pump is behind the water. Can you flood the reservoir with water so that the reservoir holds 5 tons and is covered by 6 tons of water? Because if you can do that, we'll drop this down an extra layer. We'll fill it with reservoirs. And fill it with water and keep twice as much, but cool it down before it goes into any of that, I guess. Good. Fine, whatever. We need to do the next part of the job. Dig out this area, ready to move oxygen generator, which we are going to double up. And we'll worry about how that works in a bit. That means 2 electrolyzers. We can move the gas reservoir out into a new room with the smart battery. We should, in theory, with 2 electrolyzers, be able to feed 2 hydrogen generators and the thermonullifier. But, you know, that's based on the numbers, which haven't worked particularly well so far. If we double up, we have twice the margin for error, so it should be okay. We can prioritise the thermal nullifier over the generator. No, that doesn't work because the generator's making it go without some kind of external input. Yeah. So quite like to buffer. What's the other element? Oxygen, I guess. So currently it's like 2.5 rooms, call it 3. I might want it to be 4. So we can buffer the gases in one and then have the battery and the backup manual generator in another. Hydrogen generator. The advantage to having it near the electrolyzer is they're both heat sources, so we can do all the cooling focused around that. But that could also be in a different room. Could have the smart battery, 2 hydrogen generators and the backup manual in the same room, maybe? Probably. Then inside the actual gas pocket is just 2 electrolyzers. I think we decided we don't want to insulate it so that we can more effectively cool it. I think. Yeah, 2 electrolyzers, 4 pumps, 2 pipelines come out. It's interesting. So if we could really get the hydrogen sorted, we'd be making 888 times 2 of oxygen. 17, so we need 4 pumps for the oxygen alone. So we do want to do what we're currently doing. 2 pumps at the top into 1 pipeline with a filtration, 2 pumps at the bottom that are going to be oxygen. Should be okay. In any case, I think we want to allow 4 rooms for it. So we're going to be coming down to this layer. At least that layer. And if we went further, we could add an extra natural gas storage down there. Actually, a future thing, but that could be cool. That would fit 4 in that gap. I think that's good. I think that's what I want. Do I need to insulate? This is just to keep the cold in, right? I think once we've dug that abyssalite up, there's no concern. It might be a bit cold being that close to a cold biome, but no big deal. See, I think regular tile's fine. I need to work out where they go. In line with them, good. There. We do want to swap that ladder over to be there instead. So we can reach all the jobs we're telling them to do without dropping into our pool of disgusting water. Dig on the higher priority. Tell them to do that. Should be okay. We want to cancel... not that bit. Oops. That one. And on this side for the airflow. Might want to do that before we block anything off on the front, so I don't get blocked in anywhere. Oh, we also probably want to put in the pole that lives on this side too. We're going to have enough copper. Don't really want to mix it up and have a golden fire pole anywhere. I think we'll use copper ore, but we'll start using refined iron in general when we need refined stuff. Do that much for now. I guess we're gonna build all the rooms in, because why not? All the way up, yeah. That'll be fine. Good, don't need ammo suit yet. When they get close, I mean when we're switching the nullifier on, if they're still going to be working in that area, I would want them wearing a suit. Go to like minus 170, I think, is what I remember. Which is very cold. That farm, guess it's doing well. Okay, I'm not sure today we're going to finish off moving the farms, and therefore we're probably not going to be moving the ranches for a while. It's a shame, but we'll get there. One or two things at a time. Tidied up that side of the base very nicely now. I'm very happy with that. Skimmer's now skimming. Good. It's going to make more polluted water, which is good. Should we be... I don't think we need to put a valve on to force the output of the skimmer to be full blobs. We're not going to gain anything from doing that, I don't think. And the distiller has a constant output. That's nice. Oh, that whole pipeline is done. Oh, we may end up wanting it again, heading in that direction, but we'll see. For now, I'm going to get rid of it. Its cooling is still doing just fine at the top of the base. Yeah, even though it's only getting half of the coolant now, it's fine. And then that half the coolant coming through. I mean, we could switch that off because it's not doing nothing, I guess. It is affecting what's in this pipe here very, very slightly, which... it's something. And the water in there is now still... keep mousing over the pipe, which is colder because it's out and being affected. This is still 73 degrees and doing nothing. 91 degrees in that one. So as it transfers between them, it might be cooling down a little bit in its journey, but... yeah, back to the drawing board on how you cool down something in a reservoir. The tile on the bottom left underneath it is not doing anything, so I obviously misunderstood something there. Harry cannot reach a toilet. Okay. I've never seen that warning before. It means they're trapped. Where is he going? Oh, to get some oxygen. From over there. Interesting. But, you know, again, they get themselves trapped at any opportunity. The digging is the priority, so why did he build that? You know, why didn't he dig? Maybe he's a builder? I don't know. But at least he has a little pocket of oxygen he can breathe. He can't reach food, he has a full bladder, and he's going to go to sleep up here. Perfect. It is minus 7.6 degrees Celsius there. It is not a safe place to sleep. And make a mess. Oh, no, I have... That's my bad then. At some point I've clicked the silly button and set maximum priority on all that building. I don't remember doing that, but evidently I did. My bad. Is there anything else on silly priority? That's all fine. Storage of the slime is important to get it under control. Critter related stuff is important to keep it under control. No, it looks fine other than that. Okay, my bad. I am then going to go to 9 on digging them out, because that's what's stopping him from getting back. Oops. He made a mess, of course. What else could possibly happen? And that is going to dribble into our base at the moment. Oh well. There we go, he's free, he can now escape. Oops. There I was saying they're very silly. It was my mistake. But if we're going this way, we can also punch holes in all this. May help in some way. Not there, that's still at the moment needs to be sealed. I'll punch these out anyway and we'll be going this way soon. It's going to let some polluted oxygen in, but whatever. I'm an idiot again. I should just stop using that tool entirely. Although, if we're doing this... Oh, we're going to be moving them soon, so no, repair this and then when we move it, we'll redo the wiring. The wire reconnected. Keep them plants growing. Although, 107 calories backing up. Not in a bad spot. A lot of that is muckroot though, which I don't really want them eating. Interesting, bunch of stuff on the floor should be in here. We saw that with the airflow. That deodorizer is no longer in a relevant spot. What's the wiring like on there? Can cut that much off. Might be worth putting one in somewhere. I think we'll just let it spread slime lung literally everywhere. That guys will be fine, they're resilient and replaceable. Get rid of that ladder actually, that's no longer relevant. And that bit of where the fan was. Temperature around here is still, yeah, balancing, but it's good. It's even kind of under 30 than the whole, all the air, which is cool. Doing here, still building. The digging is done. We can bring that pole down a little further. Going to keep that open until we get rid of all this water. So while it's flying, we'll leave it. When we're done, we'll seal that off. Sleepy times first though, that's all fine for that. Once that's moved we can punch through the walls there. There'll be some mopping to do down the bottom eventually. Might want to leave them to do some sweeping as well. We'll see. I'm also going to want to dig all that out. Although, yeah, don't actually want them to do that, do I? Because they're going to get themselves stuck. For sure. Be more careful with those instructions because that's, yeah, asking for trouble. Haven't gone anywhere new, have we? No. No exploring today. Didn't find anything interesting. poke around just for the sake of it, but I think sorting this water out is a priority. This bit's full of hot water. But even that might end up, even insulated, this might end up cooling down faster than the reservoirs. Aren't any germs in there anyway. We're running out of polluted water, so yeah. I think even 8 more dupes isn't going to be enough polluted water. We need some ongoing source of it, I don't know. Petrol generator. It's going to have to be our saviour for feeding the thimble reeds. Not that we need a huge number of them, just enough to make a few more suits and keep them repaired. And then the job will be done, really. Storage would be good. This chlorine down here is still not particularly getting tidied up. I could switch off the sensor and just have it pumping all the time to keep the gases down here moving. They seem to be doing okay. We're going to drop the bottom of the base soon anyway, and then we'll need to fiddle around even more with the gases and all that. Okay, they've finished blocking that in. There's a bit of bleach stone there. I'd like them to sweep up. The rest they can just tidy up in time. Mop that up. Hopefully. If we're doing that, we can tile off the bottom there, block it in. Get our airflow tiles put in on this side. Okay, looking good. Oh, that's all wrong anyway, isn't it? We don't actually... A lot of this won't be airflow. We'll do this now, but a lot of it's going to change to be locked in. We'll deal with that in a bit. Get the rest of that mopped up. There's still water dribbling from above, isn't there? Okay, we need to deal with that somehow. Not sure how, actually. This is going to be the top at the moment. We need to go further up and see. So that's there and there. Try and work this out. So they're going to be there. So that's 1, 2, and 12. So that'll be the edge. Can't really get above at the moment. We're going to punch through and build some other stuff in a bit, but for now, let's put the ladders in so they can reach the ceiling and get that sealed. If we just block the edge off, this water will stop. It's melting ice. It's going to be continually melting, quite a lot of it. At least until we get the nullifier online, and then it might stop melting. Possible. Get to this ancient specimen pretty soon. I kind of want to have them all available to do the quest at once and not piecemeal getting distracted. Still not sure 20 tons of coolant is going to be enough. Which is, if we get the thermo nullifier online, we won't have a problem. Because instead of destroying the stuff that's overheated, we're going to send it up to be cooled back down. Then it won't be so wasteful. More free food. Oh, we've had a harvest in here. Didn't realise that. It's about to have its second harvest. That's a lot of reeds we have available. Very nice. Great. Want to mop up everywhere. All good down there, yep, looks fine. Looking okay. And they just need to dig that as well so they can reach the top, that's good. Down there is fine, yet again, this corner might have certain gases pooling in it. Carbon dioxide, the chlorine and stuff, but I guess if we shut this off and turn it into the room where we do this, that'll clear it out. And then build the other ones above. Then it'll just pool in the room of... yeah, above. Unless we block them all in. Doesn't really matter. But they might come in. Yeah, the one with the manual generator is gonna. People are gonna come into it. So we could do with that not being full of stuff. But the bottom one's always. It's gonna happen. So yeah, let's turn the bottom ones. So not insulating, I don't think, but we need to seal it in. Can just have the door on the upper level and a ladder. Maybe, you know, discourages people to go in. Possibly. Might not. How could we change it? There, that there, or have both doors. I kind of like the idea of blocking that in. Turning that into ladder. And that bit as well. Proper manual airlock door. Don't think we need a double. It would be quite good to have a liquid airlock there, but I'm not sure how long they last. Like anything could kind of like nudge it and stop it from working or make it dribble away or something, I don't know. Whereas a door, you know, it works. And it could potentially lock it. That all needs to be airflow. I'm kind of tempted to do the edges as well. I didn't there, but why not? And the above needs to be not there, sorry, there. Needs to be not airflow. Oxygen electrolyzer. Hopefully we've got enough water to feed two of them, I don't know, I doubt it. I'm going to put them both in the middle, I guess. Do I want them on the outside? Let's go with the outside, like that. Do want to be a bit careful about how we line this up, actually. Should think about this a bit more. We know about how the gas pump pulls in that cross pattern. And I know the electrolyzer outputs the gases on the top left. So if we put... Oh, it doesn't... Ideally, we want to give the output of the electrolyzers a bit of time to flow, so hydrogen goes up and the oxygen goes down. And that'll just encourage less filtration to be necessary. So I don't particularly want the gas pump to be pulling from the square where they're outputting. So if we did that, they wouldn't be, and that would be fine. Yeah. Equally, we could put them in the corners, and then that one would be pulling from the square that it outputs to. So yeah, I prefer this. I don't know if that matters. I doubt that matters, but I would prefer that. And then we need two more pumps down the bottom just to pull oxygen. I mean, they can go wherever, really. Let's spread them out. But symmetrically. There. That. It should not be an airflow, that should be a ladder. My bad. Someone wants to dismantle that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then above that I want two gas reservoirs. One for hydrogen, one for oxygen. Above that I would like smart battery, hydrogen, hydrogen, hamster wheel. It fits. But I'm going to have two pipelines of oxygen and only one output on the tank, so that's no good. Unless you can... We will find out, I guess, but my thought is, can you feed two pipes in and two pipes out? These, for example, doesn't line up perfect. Do I want to move them? I could move the pumps just so it lines up nicely. You know what? I think I will. Let me deconstruct that. And we'll move them over. Maybe up one as well. Then their little cross pattern has more squares to pick from. Just to keep people doing stuff, let's Dig all that, build all that. We can change over whatever tiles need changing over later. Get some stuff done for now. Get all that done. Bring that ladder and pole up to the top. So something. That reservoir's now full. Could build an extra one in. We'll see. This room can still fill up a little bit. See how that goes. So where were we? We want the output to be so there. I need them to come dismantle this one as well. Did I? Yeah, I did say dismantle. It's just, it's far away from them, I guess, so it's the last job they're going to do. Gossman's going to do it for us, perfect. Except he can't breathe long enough to do it. It's bedtime. Someone else will finish that in the morning, I guess. It's all good. What are you doing? Yeah, this guy's stopped. It's fine, we've got 85 cycles to... Yep, we've run out of polluted water, so we did get a bunch of... Someone's trapped. We did get a bunch of fibres, 46 of them, before we ran out of water. That's good. 2 people cannot access food. Yes, they've got themselves stuck, but it doesn't say they can't access a toilet, even though they need one. So there's kind of inconsistency in the error warning, the warning messages we get. This time they did a stupid thing. I mean, I gave the instructions. This is defaulting to 9 now. I thought it only did it for the job I gave, but I guess it's giving... When you change the priority of the job, it stays at that priority. Which means they built that before they dismantled that, because it would have been a 9. Probably. Oh well. They can't build it because they've got no materials on that side. If they deconstruct the ones they stood on, they'll have the materials to build the ones they need. Or they'll just fall asleep where they are. And make a mess in the morning. Okay. 338 cycles into the game, and I still really don't know how to get dupes to do what I want. Oh well. In fact, someone else now got stuck here. 3 of them. I thought I was helping them, but they just made it worse. Oh well. Yeah. 339 cycles is a lot of cycles. I'm not... I don't mean like that's an achievement, because we're on easy mode. I'm not surprised. Just that, you know, we've been here a long time. Do all that. Deconstruct whatever's not ours. Dig out whatever's in the way. Another room to be done. And then, yeah, down here. Good idea to sweep everything up before we... so people aren't going in and out of the room. Although, yeah, we've got no storage. No storage for minerals. It's going to have to go here. I don't know where else it would go. So let's get that dismantled as well. Oops. Ladder, ladder. Airflow all the way over. There we go, and then storage bins. I guess the other option is I could have emptied all of these out so it all fell on the floor in that room, but with this much storage built, I'd rather they used it. This is a silly amount of storage, though. Bizarre, unbalanced amount of materials that they give you. I guess it's just, you know, the worlds are mostly made of rock. Okay, makes some sense. Something else in there we can't do? Sucrose. Right. Could do like a temporary thing maybe. Oh, we can get everything out of this room. Cultivatable soil we allowed down below. So they don't need to live in this room anymore. Temporarily this could be other stuff. Organic stuff we allowed down below. And then this is salt and sucrose. Let's have that in this room for now then. It's something. That pump is gone. Let's just double check this then. U pump, priority 5. Symmetrical means there. Yep. Then gas pipe. It can get on there. We're going to be... That's fine. Igneous rock is fine. It adds a little to the overheat temperature. Not that overheat matters in a pipe, I guess. Should be fine. But that, if it goes in there, these need filtering. First and foremost, which we're going to do in the new way. Which is with a gas shutoff made of iron. So we need a detector, and then if it detects hydrogen, it goes one way, and if it's something else, we kind of need 2, because at least initially it's going to detect some things that are neither, which is okay to pump around the place, but not into the reservoir. Well, that's only initially. It'll make a hell of a mess initially, I guess. The reservoir will need to be empty, and then the next thing can go into it, and then... But that might never happen, because there's 2 pipelines coming in. Okay. Still, 2 shutoffs is cheaper than a filter. And certainly cheaper than 2 filters, power-wise. We can have 2. So what comes out of here goes through a filter. I don't know why I can't... Oh, the thingy's there. The pump on the right is potentially pulling from the output of the... So I might want to move that. But I don't really want to move that, so I'm not going to. 2 filters like... No, because we need a sensor. Ventilation, a gas pipe element sensor. There. Then 2 shutoffs here. It's not going to be the neatest thing in the world. In fact, I don't think it's going to be very neat at all, but we'll live. Pipe runs from both of them through the sensor, through both of them, and then out. I could just send in a long loop, or I can build a bridge. Long loop seems best, actually. Just to here, with a gas vent. So if it's not oxygen, I mean, that's not the best location for it, is it? It's not the correct location for it. That would be to have it join this line here. Yeah. Might confuse them, but it should be okay. Maybe. We'll see how that goes. But essentially, yeah, I just wanted to join here, and if it happens to be natural gas that it's found, that can go into storage, and if it's not, then it gets put out on the skimmer, sorter, that, you know, area. So again, that's not ideal, but there we go. Those settings on that, so the rocks can be put away. Meanwhile, if the first sensor detects oxygen, it's going to go in there. So rather than joining that line, because that pipe's going to be full, in theory, I'm going to join the input point from 2 different things and see if that allows both to go in, or if it alternates between the 2. And then in the same way, I'm hoping you can pull one out there and one out there and have 2 lines. I doubt it, but I'm hoping, so we're going to try it. The hydrogen can just be 1 line. That's going to... Ooh, don't want to build there. Don't want to build up there, because I'll need to get into that room to do it. Unless we dig through to the other side and build up. Maybe. Okay, that being the case... Let's cancel that. Run the second oxygen here, I guess. Hydrogen there. Yeah, that is best. Or... No, no need for that. We'll send the hydrogen through this room. It might look a little uglier than usual, but it'll be fine. So they're going to be there. We want to prioritise keeping this system running. So we want bridges. So this goes up, through the bridge into the first power, through the bridge into the second, so they take priority. And then the rest... And it can run up here, it can cool down, I don't mind that. But it's going to run all the way up here. All the way up there? Yeah, and maybe even higher. Maybe we will take the base higher. Form a vaguely straight line to get over here. But for now, up to there is a good spot. And then, yeah, that oxygen output, we'll deal with that in a minute. There's a lot to do before we can switch this on. It won't necessarily be quick. But it's progress. Can get the power wiring in. This is going to need conductive wire. Unless we separate into 2 separate networks, which I don't really want to do, so I'll have to use iron. Hopefully we have enough. Could we separate into 2 networks? Not without 2 batteries and 2 wheels. What is the total power down here? 240 times 5 plus the 20, 1220. So there's actually a reasonable amount of spare power. Hopefully that manifests as more spare hydrogen. We'll see how that goes. I think we need to do with conductive wire, which would be a good reason to swap these rooms over to reduce the amount of wire needed, but I don't want to have to pipe the gas around with the tank above. That would be... It might be okay, but no. Let's use the wire we should be. Get it done. It's saying we've got enough to do it, enough iron to do it, so good. That'll plug all the power in. I don't actually want to activate that yet, do I? How can I deal with that? Just disable the wheel. And that should stop anything from happening. This is a random bit of hydrogen makes its way into the system. Should be fine. We can have some free dirt. Okay, we can convert that into coal, so it's worth having. Fine. I'm very tempted to just dump the hot water in and use it. I mean, it's hot, but if we get it out into the world, it will cool down. The base is okay at the moment. 95-degree water around the place will change that, even with the coolant flowing around. Still, what is it at? I mean, it is hot. We could drop it down to, like, I don't know, 60. Get ourselves the water and do something, and hopefully the things can balance. The water coming out drops to 60, I mean, quicker than it gets to 30, but still not very quick. Oh well, oh, that's... Don't know where that polluted water's come from, but there's a lot of it. And here, we've just opened something up here, haven't we? As we were digging, yeah, probably. Oops. Let's get the next one. Deconstruct our light. Those bits and pieces. While we're here, we'll do all them. Is there any point in deconstructing lockers? We've opened them. So we just get some neutronium out of it, which I don't think we can build anything with. I don't think we'd get anything for... So, you know, whatever. We'll give it to them later. When we're building over even further, if we end up doing that. There's more polluted water there that's going to end up getting mopped up, but that's fine. Make a mess and mop it up, we'll get it done. What are we missing here? We're missing the water input, which has a long journey to make. That's fine. Switching the old one off as well is a thing to do. I'll leave it at 1. We need to set these up so automation wire. Pumps and electrolyzers go all the time unless they get overpressured. That's fine. Don't think we stop anything based on signals from up here. I think so. We can stop. So yeah, sensor goes into these two. Though that's not going to work, is it? Because the sensor's going to measure something. It's going to move forward one. It's going to measure the next thing, which is going to trigger the second. So we need to... Yeah, that's not going to work. We need a second sensor. Okay. Okay. We have identified this. We're going to need a second sensor. Ventilation overview. Just going to move on with that over 1. So we do that. Let them deconstruct it and then I'll try and get my head around what's going on. I need storage for sand, phosphorite, balm lily flowers, whatever they're good for. They can go in there. So, actually they can go in that one. Balm lily flower, there we go. Phosphorite was, I mean, let's just have it in this. It's agricultural, which is in those 3, but could definitely do with more. Having 4 then. We definitely don't have that much salt around the place. That should be fine. Okay. So that shut-off's there, then we need a second element sensor there, and the second shut-off in front of it. So gas pipe senses, goes to there. If it's oxygen, off it goes. If it's not, down it comes. Check again. If it's hydrogen, I've got these back to front. In it goes. It's taking a minute to do the autosaves now, I guess. We are a long way in. We are building a lot bigger now, so I guess that does make sense too. If it's neither oxygen nor hydrogen, it goes down there. So yeah, they just staggered a bit to get that in, but it's in, and that's all fine. And that's fine, and just the oxygen outputs need to be dealt with. Yeah, we can have one on each side of the base, and that's lovely and all. So the bottom one can come further over. Don't know if we want to go down, don't think we need to. But we'll have some vents at this level. Then we'll send one line... Well, both lines all the way up. Join them at the top? Still can't join them, because there's a chance that, like now, nothing is getting out of the vents. So we need both lines to go all the way up and out, if that's what we're doing. I guess we could have another room like this, in that... I mean, we'll probably need to run all the time, rather than every now and then, but it does delete whatever's in the square, right? I'm sure it works with gas. It should, because you close the outer ones first, you've got too much oxygen in there. It should get rid of some. It might not get rid of everything, but it should kind of pressure it to a point where it needs to be deleted. We can try it. Just build another room like that somewhere. Do you think we could fit them both up here? I doubt it. So we need a room like that just at the top of the base. We could add an extra room on top that just has an oxygen deleter. If we have too much or whatever. But if it works, we might replace all of this processing that we're doing down here with that. Could really do with having all that polluted water tidied up. They done... No, they still don't have anywhere to put sand. So let's just add, again, maybe temporarily, but whatever. A couple more in the sand storage room. Have they done... yeah, what they can reach. Get rid of that ladder too while you're there. Just that block in the corner needs to be built in, but that's fine, we'll get there. Okay, so far. Making sense so far. I did say automation, wire... Put the hydrogen generators to the battery, and if there's enough power, they don't need to run, and we get extra hydrogen going up, which is another thing we're probably going to need to delete if we have excess. Fine. I don't know why the wheel would need automating, because it already has a battery recharge threshold. I guess this gives you a high and a low. Sure, it gives you a high and a low. So you just want to set the manual one down to like 10. Or less than that actually. 5%? So if the battery has nothing, someone will come and add a little bit, which can kickstart the system into getting some hydrogen. Then the hydrogen generators run. But only if the battery's under 20%. Run until it's full. Seems fine. That also needs a little bit of extra wiring. Put that sensor into that one. So this sensor is looking for oxygen. That sensor is looking for hydrogen. Everything else carries on. Yeah, so just the water missing. What are we doing down here? Fine. Let me mark it all for sweeping. There we go. Apparently we have space at the moment. Yeah, let's get that tidied up before we do too much more. We'll fill in these rooms as we go though. And fill in these rooms and tidy up. That's the current plan. That water would be nice to not push into the base if we can. Doesn't look possible. We dig to there and then there. A little further over and down. We'll see. This slot's going to make a mess. But yeah, there's too much there to mop. I dig that out as well. Still too much. If I put a tile there and dig down an extra layer, we'll see how that goes. What have we got? Don't want shovels. A wart seed? Don't see us using the wheezeworts, but doesn't hurt to have a seed available, I guess. It's a way of cooling stuff down. Maybe we'll use it. Realise there's so much sand up there. Okay. Random vacuum block there. The abyssal I just broke. Bit weird, but okay. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Still do need to mop that little bit there, but they can't reach it. Dig that out, they should be able to though, so get that done. Want to sweep up what's on there as well. Still some bits in there to sweep up, but we're getting there. So it's no power, of course. Conductive. One extra square there to get there, but it should, you know, it's only 10 watts. 20 watts on filtration is better than 120 for a normal filter, or the 240 for the 2 filters we would need, for sure. Here's the temperature. This corner still not really cooling down, but it'll get there slowly, I guess. Yeah, not really cooling down at all. Rest of the base looking good though, other than the boiling hot water that's a problem, because we could definitely do with the water income. May end up having to dump a whole bunch of something else into the base again. Pump it in this time probably, we'll see. And they had the hotspot in the electrolyzer, that's okay. It's 53 degrees. What did we make these out of gold? No, I think we should have. I mean, we're going to be cooling the area, but there's 2 of them in there now. We'll be fine. We're going to be cooling the area. That'll be fine. We should probably get that coolant in place before we switch it on. Just because it will heat up having extra stuff in there. And I don't want those to melt. Although, we made the pumps out of gold. Can you make an electrolyzer out of gold? I'm kind of assuming you can. Electrolyzer. You can. We made the shutoffs there out of iron, because it has to be, whatever it's called. Refined. Its melting point's very high. So overheat gains a bonus. So where does it tell us that? There you go, 125, so they're good. The sensors don't matter. I think we should redo them. We'll make the electrolyzers out of gold. And the pipes don't overheat, so that's fine. Just in case. I don't think it's going to get to 100 degrees in this room, but better to be safe with the extra headroom for heat. Cool. It's all good, that's doing whatever it's supposed to do. Bottom of the base is not looking great. They are tidying up though. What's that? Fertilizer. We should allow sand into them. Let's allow fertilizer into these as well. That'll be fine. They're ready to... Oh, they can't reach that. That's fine. I'll dig the bottom out of that. Hopefully that all just goes to the right. Some of it will. So less will end up in the base than otherwise might have. That is a shine nymph egg. That does not need sweeping. Can end up wherever it ends up. Okay, looking good. Wise, so we're going to want to bring a granite pipe of water. It's already coming down to the carbon skimmer, so that's not bad at all. We're just going to divert that over here. And this loop is going to be over here as well. Or this, actually, which is good. I wanted to not have that sat still there, and now we can have it sat still over here instead. We can put that sensor and thingy somewhere. Not sure where. Might need to move that reservoir over. If we swapped these around so it went left to right instead of right to left, that pipe would be shorter as well. I don't think that matters at this point. It's cooled down. It's cooled down enough, it doesn't matter. The valve I still want so that it comes in blocks. Also, that just flooded out and went the wrong way. Never mind. Mop what you can and we'll carry on. Don't actually build that yet. Trap all those people in there. Mop that. Oh, you got trapped in there anyway. Dig that. What do you mean they can't? Oh, that's taller than... Yeah, okay. There we go. Now they can. Now they can't. We good? Yeah, we good. Mop that up. Dig that up. Okay. Hello? I measured wrong? At some point I measured wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 on the inside. Which means this is all wrong. Fine. We can deal with that. They are trapped in there. Anything else to mop? Yep, tons of it. I'm good at making a mess. I'll give myself an award for that. Cut that back. Not sure how I got that wrong, but I did. Build that in. That should fix it. Should be able to reach everything. Yeah, looks good. Good. Get those rooms finished, get them tidied up proper, and then head further northeast towards the nullifier. Maybe give some time to tidy everything up everywhere. Ooh, water. How are we... Oh, it's coming through there. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Ooh, cool. Good. Food is decaying, that's interesting. Bristleberries. Which is fine if we're making surplus. Yeah, could do with doing something with that meat. I don't really have a problem with like automatically roasting anything we can. Like if we happen to come across some grub fruit nuts, why wouldn't we roast them? Because it benefits. So sure, if we've got it, do it. Eggs and wheat grain is less likely. If we've got mushrooms, you can improve them. Mush bars we're not going to randomly get. If we get good grub fruits and sucrose, that's not going to random. Pickled meal is still grisly, so I don't see the point of that. We can barbecue any meat to create a good meal, so that's well worth doing. With +8 morale. An ongoing meat income might be nice. Pacu fillets, if we get them, then grill them. That creates a really good one as well. But frost buns, if we get slate wheat, +4 morale, yeah, do it. If we happen to get any of those things, grill them. And if we don't, that's no big deal. Still not releasing much water. If it becomes a problem, I just set the sensor to 100 degrees and we release the whole lot in, and everyone will be taking very warm showers. Okay, that's fine. More building, more digging, more sweeping, please. Any more puddles around the place? No, but a bit more I'd like to sweep there. Okay, looks okay. Keep them going. There's a lot of eggs in here. Crazy? Oh, it's sugar, not eggs. Okay. There's some eggs in here, but not a lot. It's all good. Again, that doesn't need sweeping. We can airflow tile on these ends. In those spots. Not there. I mean, we could. This bit doesn't really need to be insulated, but I guess it's to stop the heat from water that needed dumping. which isn't going to hang around actually. We can fix that later. Put any airflow in we want. Here, yeah, it might get too cold, so yeah, we won't do that. Go in here, and then that'll be it for all those rooms. We can't reach that top one, but that's okay. I think we do want to build up. Let this chlorine drop into the base and do whatever. I believe we should. Come all the way up. Dig all of that out, deconstruct that and the top of that. We will have ladder there. And pole next to it, but that needs a bit of, yep. Dig that, you'll need to dig above so they can do the ceiling. And that'll be fine. Ooh. What have we got? Free brine? No thank you, we'll take some random seeds. That's fine. Not a problem. So I'll leave them to it. Let the dupes do their thing. For now. How are we on? So oxygen looking good, other than little pockets where we've just built, that kind of thing. That's fine. That's all good. Temperature wise, some hot spots appearing, but that's fine. We'll be okay. This area getting a bit too cold. Not bad. 10 to 12 degrees, but a bit too cold. Materials is fine. Light is... Don't much see the point of lighting everywhere, but maybe we should light their dining room. Make them a bit happier, maybe. The toilet could be helpful for keeping it clean. It's all good. Not getting a huge amount of oxygen. Interesting. It's all good. Decoration is, yeah, awful, which... Their morale is high enough without it, so we don't really need to do anything with it. They have a lot of decoration from their clothing. Jams are pretty bad. We need to cycle it through and through the chlorine, which isn't really happening. This pool of water is... could do with emptying it, I guess, to get rid of the germs and then starting fresh. I think we'll live though. A few germs here and there. Farming overlay, interesting. But yeah, they're not. That's fine. It's all good. Nothing to worry about around it, at least at the moment. Conveyors, yeah, it'd be nice to use some conveyors at some point. That'd be interesting. A long-term goal. Use some conveyors for something. Now we are dripping water again. Because we've just built over there. That needs blocking in. That needs more floor. That needs more pole. Good. Mop up that mess you've made. Mop up this mess and this one. Lots of soggy feet around the place, but like I say, morale in general is pretty high. And I haven't really given people lots of skills. Like, we could give everyone the ability to dig the abyssalite, I guess. But I can't much see the point. We're doing fine. Everyone's super happy. There are no specific skills we needed. When we add 8 more people, maybe we can look at, you know, giving everyone digging and constructing and their speciality, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I don't really want the ranch room to be open on both sides. I don't think. Do the sensible thing and just remove those tiles. Could airflow from that side though, that'd be fine. We could just put a door there. I mean, they've just stayed in of their own accord thus far. Why don't we do it? It's going to temporarily not be a room and they might escape in that process. But they'll make it back. Just make that one a high priority, get it done. Get that door put on. No, they walked outside. Of course they did. It's a high priority. The materials are there. No, they're on their way. Okay. So that guy got locked out. Can I say wrangle? And now a rancher should be able to come and wrangle him. In the morning. Okay. And then because the dropper is permitting, then it'll let him back in. Hopefully. With that egg hatches, they'll have before they're supposed to. There's a spare egg there anyway. It's not a big deal. It's all. We'll live. Should be able to build all that. Yeah, that's fine. Just taking their time. Build them in. Convert them over. And they've got some more tasks to do. They can do them. Let them sweep up. Them get in here and sweep up as well. What's that? Very small stuff on the floor. Sweep it. Sweep that. Some refunded stuff when I fiddled. While you're doing it, sweep those rooms. If you can. Get rid of those liquids because they're there. Mop that up. Sweep the water. And everything else, I guess. A little bit of water left there. We'll get there. Step by step. They might need a couple of days of just cleaning up that mess. Yes, there's a downside to storing all the metal down here, or all the materials in general down here, is that when it's just kind of laying on the floor all over the place, the journey to find a thing probably isn't very far, because it's randomly strewn all over the place. Now they might have to make quite a long journey to get something because it's been put away somewhere sensible. It's might be slowing things down by not just leaving a mess everywhere. I still would rather have it organised, but still. It could be a bad thing. Don't need that. They've done the liquids. Stuff there. There we go. It's fine. Good. So, while they're doing that, in theory, we would have another vertical there. Let's try and count properly this time. So, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you have this. I'll put that in. That'll help. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And we can't because that's there. So we're going to have to go up. 2, so there. They can't reach this, can they? No, good. So they're not going to come through and try and do this. I want them to wear atmosphere if they're coming over here. What do I? It's -20. Nah, their morale's high enough. 12. And then down, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, and then down, yeah. And that would be another vertical, which... Okay, we need to draw this out. Because it's going to be in a very awkward spot. All sorts of awkward stuff getting in the way. Yeah, very annoying. This vertical wouldn't... Like, you just couldn't really go there. The ladder could, but the pole wouldn't, and it would be way too close to this thing. So, like, the next vertical was going to have to be skipped. How was that on this side? It was like... It's got 1, 2... Then we would have the vertical. So we would have this one. And that's the one that goes through the liquid sulfur. So if we skipped the next one on the left, that wouldn't really help. In terms of skipping, so I think maybe we're not expanding the base beyond this left and right. I mean, it's pretty close to the edge of the map, so we don't necessarily need to. this will be it for left and right motion, and then any more room we need, which I'm not sure what we might need. We'll have to go up and down to get it. If we work out if I even want this building, then we can see about that. Down there and there. I think we kind of just probably have enough space. We've got a bunch of industrial stuff we're not currently doing that we might want to. More farms and more ranches to set up, but we do have room above and below to do it. This vent ended up lining up pretty good, so that's, you know, we can build down around that. It's just this critter fluxomatic we need to, one of the quest buildings. If we want to keep it, we're going to have to build around it in some weird way. Although it might, you know, 2-room height, we just do it, get rid of the stuff surrounding it, and because I don't think that's relevant. It's just the building itself. That might be okay. So yeah, I mean, if that's fine, then we're just going to come and build around the nullifier without maintaining the layout necessarily. I deconstruct that. Build tile over. Just put a door on that. Maybe. Should probably build some insulation because it's too cold. I think we'll be okay, but not sure. But then, don't know. Start digging around it. Let's see, get it visible completely. Dig out a lot around it. What we're going to do in here. I assume I don't want to delete the tiles underneath. Don't need to. But yeah, I assume I don't want... Maybe I can and build new ones. But yeah, don't need to. Let's open that door before we try and get rid of it. Try not to make too much of a mess as we do this. So if we want to build that, I'm going to need a... So leave that ladder access as it is for now. Do that so we can keep going. Might start deconstructing some of the old access ladders and stuff. Tidy the place up a bit before we go much further. So that tile is a bit irregular. Though we may end up building some kind of corridor here, but we'll leave that for now. What are we doing elsewhere? Hopefully people are just tidying up whatever stuff they can reach. The place is already looking pretty tidy after a day, so good. Well done, guys. Fill those gaps in. Rid of that. Leave that ladder as is. Start eating the top of that one. Give everyone a thumbs up on the way past. That's very nice. Really helpful of them. They're saying, I love ice from the looks of it. Which is good if they're not complaining about the cold. I mean, they can catch hypothermia out here, right? Which is a bad thing. But they should survive it. If they get back in the warm. If we're quick, keep them moving, I don't know. Hopefully no one just dies, that's the main thing. Get that all the way over there. Do I want to get rid of this abyssalite? Not particularly. No particular reason to. Should we come over here and get this specimen? Why don't we? While we're here. Do that, just dig all that all the way out to there. We'll find out what this is all about, hopefully. I'm going to cover some more of the map over here while we're here. Quinn, how have you done that? How did you even get there? That's incredible. Dig underneath yourself? Don't dig that. Jump onto it, you fool. There. Now, can you get out somehow? Maybe? I don't know. God knows. Making a nice mess. Good. Deconstruct this bit. Yeah, keep the 4 that it's on for now. Dig that. Deconstruct these bits. Might leave them actually, because we're probably going to want to build a ceiling or something above here. We can get rid of them too. Dig that bit. Actually, just need a ladder there. Can get rid of them. Can we mop all of that out? Doesn't look like it, but maybe. Just tidy up as we go. Being somewhere. There's oxygen pockets here, okay. Dirty, but they'll live. Okay. At bedtime, so can everyone make it back? Looks like it. Good. Okay. We've uncovered the edge of the map. There's a little dark area here we could do with just going down a little bit more to see. Oh, there's neutronium there. Okay. So we'll dig down to that neutronium anyway. Just out of curiosity to find out what it is. And then that'll uncover the rest of the map. Anything else? Let's check for beams of cold. Where they look out of place. No. Some cold up here. I think that's just a cold biome. Yeah, another one of the furry looking ones. Here, bleached stone. The usual. Salt. Crabs. Fertilizer. Okay, but that's interesting. Should we take a ladder down next to it, I guess? Dig that whole area out. That'll be something. Let's check for any... Yeah, there's no dangerous germs or anything. That's fine. Maybe tidy up a bit. So what do we do with this? We just excavate it. Carefully uncover and examine this fossil. Left behind by a giant critter. Hope nothing bad happens. Studying the full skeleton could yield the information required to access a valuable new resource. It's not from around here. Well, if something bad happens, then we'll be in trouble. It's entombed, so we need to dig it out, and then we can do whatever we're going to do to it. Ooh, we made a frost bun. Must have dug up some wheat as we were digging around here and made a frost bun from it. Cool. Might just drop a new save before fossil. I kind of assume nothing bad's going to happen, but I would hate to be wrong on that. Some people are mopping. That's like not gonna happen. We need to get rid of that to make it drop, I think. And that. And then people can hopefully come and tidy that up. Fossil fragments need excavating as well. Oh, interesting. Can be excavated for fossil, which is the, yeah, organic matter compressed and hardened. You can use a rock crusher to get lime and sedimentary rock from it. Not sure what value it has, but we'll do it anyway because I don't like it floating in midair. Mop that up too. Put those tiles back into place. Ooh, mop stuff that's actually on the nullifier. I don't think there's any, yeah, like distance-wise, can we get this like symmetrical? We should we insulate? Probably. In which case I'd like to change what it stood on to be insulated. Let's bit scared. I've just saved. I said before fossil, but we can have this as before I tried to remove the tiles underneath the nullifier. We'll see what happens. Missing tile, so it slumped down but it didn't break. Oh, that obsidian insulated gas pipe. I'm gonna get rid of that. It's not necessarily the pipe we're gonna use. If I rebuild it, I rebuild it, but I'm gonna insulate that in with, yeah, igneous. It's fine. Oh, fossil is an option, but it's not particularly good, so yeah. That's fine. Do that. Just keeps needing mopping. I feel like something up here might be melting, but it doesn't look like it. Don't know. It's quite a complicated process. We might not do it today, just might need a fresher brain. The thermonullifier cools itself, so we put hydrogen in and it removes heat from itself until it gets to minus 173.2. That's what it's saying in top bottom right there. It doesn't apparently, according to the wiki that pointed me in the wrong direction with the other thing earlier, it doesn't transfer heat to liquids. So if you cover it with a coolant, it won't cool the coolant at all. It only transfers, or only chills, gases. So we want to put it into an atmosphere of... where is that? It is... Polluted ice is melting. Oh, because it's polluted, it melts. It turns to liquid at minus 20, not at 0. Well, there's a lot of it around, so that's... we should just stop trying. We'll clean it up after. Let it keep melting for now. There's still awaiting excavation. Did anyone try? Keep an eye on that tomorrow. Pufflets? No. Don't want any of them. So we want to create a box. Hydrogen is a good gas for heat transfer, especially cold transferring. Might not be the best thing in the world, but it's good. It'll do a good job. So that's handy because we're bringing hydrogen here anyway to fuel the thing. So we also want to spit it into a room that this is full of, and that'll create very cold hydrogen. We then need to find a controlled way of using that hydrogen to chill a liquid, like brine, that we're going to bring up here. Our coolant brine. That's the bit that I'm a bit unclear on, a bit stuck on transferring. You know, we can put those temp shift plate wall with the cold stuff on one side and the liquid on the other, something on the other, the pipe, radiant pipe. But it could go too cold quite easily, because this is going to take that hydrogen down to minus 173, and hydrogen's perfectly happy at minus 173. Interesting. Don't think we want to dig this one out. Like I just need this to tick away in the back of my mind as we try and work out what we're building up here, so we'll poke ahead at other things. Pressurized vent that erupts with hot polluted oxygen. Polluted oxygen at 500 degrees. Okay. It's got quite a temperature range. We can deodorize that to get free oxygen. Sure. We can put puffs around it to get slime, which we could turn into algae or whatever. It is breathable, even though it's dirty. Just might make people sick and unhappy. I can only see us using that if we need a gas at 500 degrees, which I can't imagine a use for that. But okay, I'm just going to dig a little bit more out to make it a bit more visible. So So I don't forget it's there, I don't accidentally uncover a bunch of hot, polluted oxygen. Yeah. Not as helpful as I was hoping for. As ever. Nice room temperature water vent would be lovely. There's nothing else exciting down there that we've uncovered. Still don't know what's going on with these fossils. I've marked it for excavation, but they're not doing it. That one too. Do we need someone trained in something? Data analysis? No, that's for the virtual planetarium. Mission control. Geographical analysis. That's the field research would be what I'd assume, but we've got someone who does that. Is it hazmat digging? No, that's just a mine corium. Exosuit wearing. No. Not that I see, so... just leave them to it, I guess. Keep half an eye on it. Hope they come over. If they've got nothing else to do, maybe. I can priority up it, can't I? To like 7. See what happens. Okay. Box with hydrogen, very cold, insulated. Maybe in a vacuum as well, because it's going to be cold. Then we can pump. Don't really want to spend the power, but we could pump that gas into another chamber. Can we use a utility of any kind? Like I say, temp shift plate might be an option. Just accelerates the change. Although again, we don't really want to take the coolant out of the pipe. But we could have a kind of transfer medium. So like hydrogen in one room, hydrogen in the other room, and a temp shift plate down the middle. That's just going to go too fast. Hydrogen in one room, some kind of liquid in the other. Maybe some brine. No, because if it goes too cold, it'll turn to ice. Which isn't a bad thing, I don't think. And then the pipe runs underneath the ice. But again, it's not really controlling. What can we do to control the temperature? We need to have a cold source and a hot source, and then a bit in the middle that allows the cold in if it's too hot and allows the hot in if it's too cold. I don't know. It's I just feel like what we're going to do is send the hydrogen up here, chill this down to like minus 173 and break everything around it because it's too cold. The thermoregulator will cool down. So that is one option, is a thermoaquatuner inside that hydrogen atmosphere. That's quite controlled. It'll take 14 degrees off the liquid that runs through it and then get hot, but it's in an atmosphere that's very cold. And that can't damage the thing, I mean, make it out of gold or whatever, because we don't have enough copper anymore. Oops. Too many fireman poles. I mean, that works. It can't get too cold, because gold can go to any metal can go down to any temperature. Make it from iron if we want, but gold is fine. That works, but it doesn't feel like the ideal way of doing it. You can have multiple of them and you can run multiple lines through, whatever. If we need multiple lines, I don't think we do. But you could have 2 of them or whatever. That's going to heat itself up, and then the hydrogen around is going to cool it back down, hopefully fast enough to not have any trouble. I should expect so. It'll swallow 14 degrees off whatever we put through it. So if we're sending in brine at 25, we can run it through 2 of them, and it'll go to -3. It won't freeze. Water would, but it won't. And then it's down, you know, to the temperature that it started at, more or less, and we could feed it in to a vent in this room even, so it sits in the room. That would be okay by me. On the edge, so this would filter off if it's too hot. Further up maybe, and that makes this loop a bit harder. This loop's going away. And we're also sending the hot water that's like 90 degrees up here So I guess what we want is like a sensor. But if we want... I think the aqua-tuna can do it. I'm not 100% confident on that. Outputs heat in its immediate vicinity. What I've heard a lot of is about, like, putting the aqua-tuna in liquid, submerged in liquid. Or maybe just that it can. It's actually used in the steam quite a bit. I've seen it talked about in terms of making steam, or heating steam up, which is a gas. I think it could work. I like a little bit of space around here, so let's say we'll have 2 for cooling down brine and 2 for cooling down the water. Each loop, so it'll have a loop with a sensor at the bottom. If it's warm enough to go in, it goes in. If not, it goes back. Because it might just, like, sitting in the pipes in this biome, might cool it down enough and it can go back, and then it goes in a loop like that. So we'll go through the aquatunas twice, and if it could go through 2 more times, it's allowed through. And if it going through 2 more times would freeze it, it goes back. It's not ideal. If we're going to do that, we just need 1. Because it goes through once, and then if it can go through twice, it goes through again. So 1. One for water, 1 for brine. Can I have any other liquids we need to chill? Not that we can get in a pipe, I don't think. Like molten gold would be nice to chill, but you can't get it in a pipe. It'll melt the pipe. Why is this invalid? Cannot construct a building in this location. Too close to the thing? Maybe? Yeah, 2 away is okay. Alright. Rid of that ladder then. No, invalid. Oh. That usually means it needs like a floor underneath it, but that's... aquatunas don't need a floor. Am I crazy? Is it too cold? Is it too... Yeah, not sure about that. That's an ugly looking oxygen vent. And they're still not doing this, so whatever's needed for excavation, I don't have it. I guess I'll leave it enabled and Google that before the next stream. I guess. Not an invalid location now. So it did need a tile to stand on, although it should be airflow. Is there a better material to make that of? What have I just done it out of copper? We don't have a lot of copper, but that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, yeah, needed. Seems unusual. The way that it looks doesn't look like it needs to sit on something, but, you know, there we go. And actually now... Oh, because the tiles there, it's happy. Yeah, that's fine. No aim, don't flame. Hello, welcome in. Just here, just 10 minutes before the end, I guess. How's the colony surviving? Pretty good, I think. I'm less worried than I was. We've expanded a lot. If I zoom out as much as we can. So we've got a lot of spare rooms ready for growing. I'm keen to double our number of people. Got 8 at the moment. I think we can go to 16. We've set up oxygen generation for that. It just needs a bit of testing. And it needs more water, which is a bit of an issue. Power-wise, the natural gas has been good, but not a solution. So I want petrol to give that a go. I had some fun with the vacuum over there. There's too much storage, it's dumb. Everything's okay. We've got food, we've got oxygen. We've managed to balance the temperature really good with a basic cooling loop that we're now working on improving. I don't know what else people need. They need to be happy, and they are. The main issue is water, I think. That's the thing that could turn us extinct, is we're using a lot of water and we're not getting a lot. this stuff comes out far too hot. So I'm kind of working on that at the same time. So yeah, current project is getting a thermonullifier online with a cooling loop for that water to be used and for our brine to use as a coolant around the base. But yeah, food and oxygen, what else do you need? I mean, yeah, some entertainment, some video games would be nice. Don't have that. They've got a water cooler and a fancy statue. I don't know if they can get video games. I think they can. Our research is locked off, but I'm pretty sure you can unlock video games at some point. Which would be nice, I guess. I'm sure they'd be happier with that. But hey, they've got exosuits. They've got fancy stuff. I don't know. Seems an alright place to live. Not sure. You need to look at that. So we're doing okay. Food's pretty good around here, actually. It's been improving. There's a lot of muck fruit that I don't want them to eat, but if they choose to. Got some frost buns now, which sound kind of tasty. Minus +4 production, -10. Yeah, that's video games for you. They're good, they're fine. This room isn't filling with chlorine quite like I wanted, but it'll get there eventually, I guess. No big deal. Free sand, I guess. Why not? So before we switch on extra oxygen and hydrogen, I want to get the water supply sorted. So we want to finish the whole thing before we switch anything on. Then we want to switch it all on. So we got to really hope nothing. Got to really hope that everything works when we switch it on. I think this will. Can't see this failing. I would like to get rid of the mess under there. So let's remove the bottom level, put that in, and then put the bottom level back, I guess. How much space do we really need here? I just want to go to that level because it's floor level, I guess, so we'll do that. 2 away from the nullifier, so we'll go 2 away all the way round. Which is there. And then 1, 2 down there. Sure about this. Should we double insulate? Should I put the vacuum box around it? I could do, actually. It does let us control the cold better. Just makes it harder to get in and fix anything if it is broken. But it's probably best to do in order to control it. Although, does it matter? Because this biome's already pretty cold. I mean, there's a difference between -30 and -170. I think we should vacuum box this. In which case, stop all that. Pop that up. We should remove that layer. It's hard to build a one wide wall. Or one wide gap. But, yeah, I think it's what we need to do. They can build from underneath and around the side for now, it's fine. That's still 2 away from that, so we'd still like that to be there. Yeah. And then one problem with that is the pump is too wide. Ooh, don't get trapped. Don't let me trap them. There's like a mini pump. Did we research that? No. Change of plans then. But if I want it to be I can't have a too wide gap and be level with this. So we'll make the start again. Make the floor level with level. Then we'll create a 2 wide box. That's there, that's... No. Yep, still going there. Do I want to... Yeah, no, that's fine. It's a big room, actually. It'll be fine. No, that's not right. As long as we get enough hydrogen in there, we'll be okay, right? I don't know, that's a bit big. Still not happy. Let's move the aquatunas closer. They were complaining, but the reason they were complaining is they weren't stood on something. So we'll move them closer, we'll make a tighter box because that'll keep the coldness tighter. Put in airflow there and there with... yeah, I still want it up a bit, don't know why. Just do. I don't think it needs to be up a bit. That make a difference? Up more? Sure, up more. Why not? Why not? And then there. That's okay. Still want to deconstruct them. Bring that level with there. Then that's there. It's still it's a bit further than before, but that's okay. I want that ladder replacing. That's still 2 away, so let's go 2 away still. So that's up there, down there, where the ladder is. Let's move that ladder to the outside. Actually, might won't help. No, I'm gonna deconstruct all of that as well. Let's have a ladder outside because it might help. They will need to dig that level out. They're going to need to dig more out anyway, but ladder there, then ladders that'll help me just build what I've asked for at the moment. That's where that's going to live. Then a 2 wide vacuum box around all of that. No. That's there. Yep, okay. Like that, for now. There's probably more bits I've got wrong there that we need to fiddle with, but that's okay. It means we can't actually reach these. I'm going to cancel that. When I've worked out how excavation works, we'll dig a new channel to reach that, I guess. We want to get rid of them too. Place that ladder. Yeah, I would like to tidy up. Let's deconstruct that. Start deconstructing this ladder. All of it. We're fine. Deconstruct that. That all needs digging, so we're going to have to send a ladder up there. And if they've done that, then we can add those 2 under there. They probably don't need to be insulated, but it doesn't hurt, so that's fine. That definitely needs mopping up. And that. All insulated there. So I also want to vacuum the middle out so that it becomes just hydrogen. I wonder if we can do this. I need to create a water lock here. Right, or some kind of proper seal that won't break. Which means I need to work out how we do that. That, again, might not be a today job because of the time. It's not the end of the world. I mean, we want to be bringing brine and water up here, so if I just work out the routes for the brine and the water, and bring them up here, I can spit a bit into each of those blobs. Can make it work. We are going to need power, which I hadn't figured we would. But it does make sense. Or we don't. Okay, another thought. Let's work this out. The aquatune is very controlled. We'll send an insulated pipe in and an insulated pipe out, and we'll lose 14 degrees and a little bit in the pipes, because the temperature difference will be very different. The insulated pipe won't be perfect. But we know how much temperature we're losing, we can control it. We can also measure, so we can get it set up, send a liquid through and measure what is left. If we just send a radiant pipe through the middle, and we can work out what is lost. If that pipe stops moving, we'd have a big problem, it would break. But the same deal with the insulated pipes going into the aquatuner. If it stops moving, they'll break. So either way, that's a problem. Could put the aquatuner closer. Can you rotate it? I don't think you can. Utility. No, you can flip it. But we could put them down the bottom here, and then the pipe wouldn't actually be in the room at all, which is a much better idea, actually, than what I've just done. Okay. Cancel all that. Well, we'll work it out again. It's just whether we use aquatuner at all. Because the pipe doesn't require power. Right, and I don't want to use power. I don't want to use power, so let's try it without. That could be an absolute disaster, but I think it'll be fine. We could put some automation in, right? We can have an element sensors all the way through, and only allow a blob in if there's no other blob ahead of it, which might create a bit of a backlog issue. But when things flow, it might be okay. Could also just send the pipe through a single tile with a sensor on it that isn't allowed to be empty. Or bridges are empty, right? Am I crazy? Oh, but the liquid isn't actually in the bridge. I was thinking of having a liquid bridge, and the tile in the middle was the cold one, and the others were insulated. But even that won't matter. Even these insulated tiles are going to be freezing cold. It's only the vacuum that won't be. One aquatuner just lets us know that it's 14 degrees. If we send a pipe through, it could be more than that, and the whole thing could break. But if we test it, we work out what it is, and we set our sensors to be the right level, then we can send it just through a radiant pipe that runs through the middle of this room. I think. We can make the room a lot smaller in that case. Just be like that big. Just got a visual, I might make it one taller. So the hydrogen sits in there. Which you might remove. No, that's fine. Could just run the pipe through the wall. Would still be very cold. But I was more thinking just a regular wolframite pipe. We've used that for temperature transfer and it seems okay. Would run up there and there, one for brine, one for water. We can't reach the top apparently, that's fine, we can sort that out. And then insulated igneous rock through the vacuum. Something like that. Although, yeah, don't build it all yet. It's fine, as long as it keeps moving, it's fine. So we find a way to make sure it keeps moving. I don't know what that looks like, but I think this is going to require a lot more thinking and possibly a clearer brain, because we've been going at it for a while today. I mean, the start of the idea is here. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and we can redo with the thermo aqua tuners, but I'd rather not be spending power. So this is preferable. Take those corners out so we can do the corner pieces. You send it through a pipe. You can have a shut off before it goes in the vacuum, and then a sensor at the far end. So when the blob hits the far end, there'll be a brief green signal which lets a blob in, as long as we control the whole thing. And then we send those loops, and then I just need to get these pipes organised. We probably need to dig a room underneath this to get the pipes lined up, and then we'll send them through the base somehow. A lot of what's in the base needs redoing as well, which is awkward. Find copper, we'll take that. But yeah, this is the start of something, isn't it? This all. Let's get the whole outside planned in. Stop that melting ice from dropping in here. Oh, it's it's happened again. We've just randomly got lucky, and the vacuum seal has formed itself. Brilliant. Okay, I'll take it. We just randomly got some melting ice of water and polluted water, and it's formed our door. Excellent. Finish all of that. So that's the pocket, so that's no longer needed. We're going to get rid of this ladder. I actually finish building the roof in before I ask for anything else. Good. Mop that up. Mop that up. Keep deconstructing that. Don't need ladders on both sides anymore. Don't think. Sweep up everything in there. Just sweep up everything. Keep deconstructing. Some stuff they can't sweep, that's fine. Don't actually want to go. Oh. Did I tell them to sweep the door? Was that my fault? I feel like that was my fault and I told them to sweep the door. Oh well. We'll have to form our own door. No big deal. Maybe. They can't actually reach that, can they? I'll need to build a ladder there. But let's finish this up next time. I'm happy with the idea. We'll run those pipes through. We'll get that organised underneath. We'll form that vacuum room. It'll be okay. I've overwritten the wrong save there. Oops. But never mind. That save wasn't relevant in the end anyway. It's fine. Brain is tired out by thinking that through, but I'm happy with where we've landed. We will continue that in the next session. Get that little box built, vacuumed out, the inner bit filled with hydrogen, get that system up and running, get our coolant cooled, get our hot water cooled and available to use without boiling everyone alive. That major issue will be solved, and then we'll move on to the next thing, which is probably crude oil, right? Thinking about it. Moving some more things around the base, some more tidying, but at the same time kind of growing downwards. I think heading towards the oil is the next thing once the temperature's under control, which is exciting. That'll be fun. But hey, for today, thank you very much for joining me.